Science. Do 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 do. She's poetry in motion. YouTubers, answer me a question. A question. A question. YouTubers. You. Not you on the overlay. You in the background. YouTubers. Should I be putting this stuff into playlists for you? I know it's convenient. I guess I need to go through all of my old streams and start playlisting them. I don't know. The treatment of playlist of like live streams on YouTube is a little weird. Treating streams as like a fleeting moment in time of live entertainment is a way to go. I decided to, the kingdom of science, I decided to archive. And so I've been kind of drowning in archive. I lost a bunch of archive to a Raspberry Pi incident where I saw 4 terabytes and I thought it was 4 gigabytes. So I thought it was a thumb drive and then it formatted. So we lost a bunch of streams. I don't know what I was working on during those streams. I don't have any memory. But yeah, we lost all that. And so in that moment, I'm like, well, do I want to treat these as fleeting moments of live entertainment now? Because I'm not cool enough to have tons of followers. A lot of you YouTubers are awesome. You guys, you know, like 40, 50 views a video in a week is pretty cool. I appreciate that very much. So I'm going to keep doing that. I guess I'm going to keep it going up on YouTube, but my archivalist nature, I had streams going all the way back to 2016 on some hard drives over in the corner there. But it's not like I'm going through 10,000 hours of footage and cutting it up. If the tax man cometh, I can at least justify the things that I have as minor write-offs, like all the chair parts that I bought on eBay were write-offs because they were in service of me doing my job, right? And they're being used in something that I'm doing my job with, and they were shown on camera. So I would have to find the moments when I show that stuff to justify the peanuts that I wrote off using it. It's really nothing, you know? Everybody's like, it's tax write-off, it's tax write-off. It's like, well, I still gotta pay for it. It's still coming out of the coffers. Yeah, so building the packet, I made a nice, easy thing, and I had a test thing where I put the illumination information in the first packet, put a 0, and then put a checksum. I tried that. It did not work. This is what was detailed in the paper, in the email document about what should make that thing light up. It should have been a packet that looks like this. Or no, that looks like this. And then Mercedes, on the headlight switch, they had a LED status, illumination status, and then a padded 0 and a checksum. This is weird because it's one extra byte field that we don't typically get. But BMW stuck to the standard, and they've only got 2 byte fields, supposedly, for their illumination. And when we looked at couch builds, I think it's actually couch build screenshot of the LIN bus information going to the steering wheel, we got a 21, we got a 22, we got a 2B, we got an 01, which is the steering wheel, 03, which I feel like that might be some kind of a car status packet, and then we've got diagnostic frames all going to that steering wheel. They did not have the backlight turned on, which really pisses me off, because we could have, it's possible that somewhere in this 03 is a headlight information. But that was on a BMW steering wheel, and that email directly contradicts. It seems like there was no captured backlight packet on their feed. So I don't know. I don't know where I stand with all this stuff, because nothing's been paying attention to me. And as far as I know, the timings that I have in here, which are right up at the top, these are all the timing settings for LIN bus. Those are effective because we've got the replies coming back from both the Mercedes and the BMW devices. They're both communicating with us just fine. This is talking about the previous project. Today's project is a little bit more hands-on. We're actually going to be fixing stuff. So yeah, here's a signal that I got, an example. This stuff is a little bit boring to some. For me, I find it infinitely fascinating because we are cracking safes at the same time as we're picking locks and also getting around proprietary information blocks, and we're programming microcontrollers, and there's just so much of this is stuff that I'm interested in. So I know this seems pretty droll, but this will lead us eventually to the point where you guys can try to fold my clothes while I'm still wearing them using the steering wheel and the seat. This is getting us in the right direction. I have to do all this stuff again, and I am a de facto expert in LIN bus because we had to hack the Mercedes wheel initially years and years ago. This is before we hacked that steering wheel, before I think all of these blog posts and stuff that I've been sort of combing through even existed. I'm looking at the dates of these things and they're like, oh, I did this in 2023, 2022. And I'm like, that was when I was working on this. I find it crazy that that person with the Chrysler hacked my steering wheel. It's a slightly later version of it, and then kept all the information to themselves. I was looking in their bio for whatever the hell forum it was, the Chrysler forum, and they were like, I want to make devices that allow old cars to use modern technology. I'm like, you want to sell devices? That's why you're not freaking telling us what the frames are. I was thinking about emailing them. I was like thinking like maybe I could email Coach Built. They'd probably be pretty nice about it. And if I email this other person, they'll probably be like, I don't know. But yeah, I was right there in their profile, and they have the information that I would need to prove to myself that my packets suck and that for some reason the timing is off, so it's not listening to this stuff. Because the BMW LED should have been just a straight shot, right? This should have activated it. The lights should have been visible. But if I send it the timing information and the address, we get the steering wheel. This is the steering wheel right here, replying with all of its button statuses. And then if we ask the switch with the same exact timing protocol, it replies with all of its stuff. I'm also thinking that maybe perhaps this is compatible, like the reverse compatibility that LIN bus has up until 2.0. In 2.2, I don't think they have the compatibility with LIN 1. These are different standards for the signals and stuff going around. So the LIN 2.2 is, I believe, faster. And so maybe it does stand to reason that I'm going too slow. Maybe I need to figure out what the 1150-200 standard is and see if I can kick it up over here. And maybe, just maybe, the signals that we send these to will actually go through and activate the stuff that I want to activate. Maybe so. But I don't think the steering wheel is on the same LIN bus as the Mercedes driver side controls. I don't think those are on the same bus. So it would stand to reason that it would have a different LED activation command because there's things on those controls that you might want to light up, whereas the steering wheel doesn't have anything. I don't know though. I just don't know because all this is proprietary information. None of this stuff, I mean, maybe I could look at the Mercedes like manuals. I could probably find those online and take a look and see what bus the steering wheel shares with what. Depending on the model of car, that also changes things. This has just been so incredibly frustrating trying to get things to actually talk to me that it's been so frustrating that I've gone over the code and reorganized it like several times. So it's now super duper neat and tidy. And I'm willing to share it with everybody. It's on the Discord if you want to take a look. Anywho, hope everybody's weekend went well. Mine was very frustrating. This is all that I was working on. But it became readily apparent to me while sitting at my desk and scraping the deep barrel of the internet that things have gotten kind of out of hand with some of my desk accessories. This volume knob is very scratchy. We can eliminate the hum that this thing inherently has. I can maybe get some of the dust off of it. The screen that I added to the keyboard had a wire snap because I spilled shit on it again. And this, oh, it's not doing it right now. The tab key was like welded. And it's getting a little crusty around the edges. I don't know if we can do much about the crust, but we can at least do a little bit of repair on this right here, the thing that holds this screen. And then we made a little window for the screen on the outer piece. I need to get my Goop printer up and running again because this is a little too obvious, this opening. I want to print it in my slightly shaded Goop, which is essentially just clear Goop mixed with black Goop, and it makes sort of the smoky Goop look. which will make this a lot less crazy. It's not perfect. There's probably other mixes that you could do, but that's been sitting in the printer for like a month. And by a month, I mean like 4. It's been sitting for a little while. Oh, I also tried to make pa kimchi, which is green onion kimchi. And I didn't have any of the right ingredients, so I became that person on the recipe blog where they're like, instead of this, I subbed in this. I used cornstarch and probably way too much. So the kimchi substrate is a little too light colored. It's not great. And then I had to use up gochujang that had been sitting in the fridge for like a year. A tub of nice old gochujang. So instead of, Korean dry spicy flakes, it's using bean paste, spicy beanish paste. But I think that's an okay substitute. And cornstarch is an okay substitute for sweet rice flour, maybe? Yeah, I changed the recipe. Why doesn't it taste right? I don't know what is going to become of this, because in order to make pa kimchi, according to the recipe that I followed, you take green onions, chop the roots, cut them in big chunks, put them all in a container, fish sauce, and then the recipe, not even once, mentions salt, right? Doesn't even mention salt, but in one of the steps it says, use your hands to flip the spring onions in the fish sauce to make sure that you distribute the salt evenly. The what? Wait, the what? You didn't mention anything about salt. So I lightly salted everything with the fish sauce because the salt draws out the moisture from the thing you're trying to ferment. And it's a step in pickling too, where you would add salt, like a lot of salt, and you would leach out that moisture and then wash it off. I didn't wash off the salt because it was just enough salt for like a typical recipe. So maybe the salt's in the fish sauce. I don't know. Does fish sauce have a lot of salt? In which case that would be one of my first mistakes. But so you kind of distribute the fish sauce and let it sit for like an hour in the salt. That's a typical step. Your no idea made an Idealite. The original fish sauce has no salt. I don't know these things. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not an expert. But that seemed to work. It seemed to be like beginning the process of fermenting. And so you then take water, add the cornstarch, that thickens. You put the fish sauce and the spicy stuff in there when it's not bubbling. You don't bubble it. You just get it warm enough to start cooking either the cornstarch or the rice flour to make it a thickener. I added way too much. It was like a little bit milky and was very thick indeed. So I dumped the gochujang in. I emptied the container with the fish sauce in there, stirred it around, and then while it was still hot, I put it down onto the pickled onions, sealed it, put it in the fridge. 4 weeks later, that's either going immediately into the garbage can on garbage day, or it'll be delicious. I'm not sure. But there was a little bit too much stuff, a little bit too much liquid in there too. So I don't know. Almost close enough. Pulls on collar. Steam comes out. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know if I did well. There's no in-between. The in-between is all kinds of bacteriological nonsense. I hope these ferment all right. It looked like the green onions were starting to kind of break down a little bit. They should be solid by the end of it, but hopefully I'm not making anthrax. Yeah, I hope not. I hope not. The smell test is going to be quite important. One thing that I might want to do is open up the container and put cling film down so that it goes down to the surface. So I may do that today. Put cling film in there against the surface so that there's not a big air pocket above it, because it's supposed to be anaerobically fermenting, right? I believe it's anaerobic because you don't want air in there. That's one of the things with pickling is you want to, tamp down the top. Sometimes you'd put like water in there too, but I think I'm just going to press the cling film down and then put the lid on airtight. Yeah, so I need to do that still. It's been exposed to air for, I think, a little too long. At least it's its own batch of air. But I don't want bacteria on the top surface. Pickling can be kind of dangerous if you don't do it right. I have the U.S. government pickling manual. They have one of those. You can get it online, and it's awesome. It teaches you all of the tricks of pickling. Listen, guys, I'm of an advanced age. Of course, I'm excitedly talking about pickles with you guys. Homemade pickles. It's also because I grow hot peppers and I like to make kind of a relish out of them, a pickly kind of relish. And I may want to ferment peppers in the future. But it's like I can't work properly with cornstarch. Every time I do, I mess it up. I wanted to try one of those recipes where you cook the ramen in sort of an egg drop style soup, which is cornstarch. Actually, sweet rice flour would probably be better. I should probably get a bag of that. But you sort of start out with a little bit of a cornstarch slurry, and that thickens up a lot, and then you cook the noodles in that. And I tried to do that, and I made like a blob. it was like the precursor to oobleck. It was some kind of a non-Newtonian fluid at the point that I got it. It was like a milky white puck of nonsense. Oh, do we have YouTube active? Yeah, apparently that just came up on its own. Cool. All right. And there were no comments in YouTube. So talking about the cursed food experiments. We love funky fluid. No, you UO's lab people have been indoctrinated into that sort of stuff. I will not eat out of a toilet. I'm not doing it. He might have done gangbusters for numbers doing all of those stunts, but damn, I don't want to do that, man. I have brewed beer in the past, and that 2-hour step of just boiling it was not good for viewers. It was not good for viewers, me sitting behind a camera. Like, well, we just got to wait like another hour and 15 minutes, guys. We're going to make it. That was terrible. That was a bad idea. I have a whole indoor electric brewing system that was part of the original, like 2016 when I first started streaming. We did the indoor electric brewery thing, and I built up this whole system that uses a Raspberry Pi. It's got all these wonderful things about it, and it can make me beer, which is fairly difficult to do and do right. And I've made some pretty banging beers over the years. I don't have it out right now because every time I use it, the milling machine rusts over because of all the latent moisture that the boil ends up creating, and also getting rid of the old grains is actually kind of difficult. It's a lot of work. I got good with it with a kitchen spoon, getting it out there, and then my buddy uses it to make dog food. He said his dogs love it. They love all the spent grains because you add a little bit of sugar to it, and they're good for like baking muffins and stuff. But yeah, I haven't done that in a while. I haven't brewed in a while. I have 2 jugs of honey sitting behind me. If you know what actually, I mean like an actual jug of honey. Like I'm not talking about like titties or anything. It's just honey. But I've got them sitting behind me, and all I need to do is go to the Acme and get distilled water, those big water jugs, and just mix it. And I haven't done that. I've had that honey for like a year and a half. It would have been a really good mead. It would have been a year-old mead by now. I think I still have champagne yeast, although that's not good for mead. I need to buy a sweet mead yeast. Or, a medium mead yeast is the holy grail. Because if I use the dry champagne, it'll be too tart and higher alcohol content, which is nice. The sweet mead is just punch me in the gut. Like, it's so bad. Service agreement should be designed with the product. That's not what we were talking about, but okay. Yeah, I need to just get the jugs to Acme so that I can have my 2 jugs of sweet honey. That sounded like something else. That's not what I'm talking about. I stumbled upon a video of YouTube about electromagnetic waves in conductors. Interestingly, I thought and clicked at it, saw a bunch of formulas and closed. Veritasium does a pretty good video on why we're all wrong about how electronics work. And I kind of don't like the attitude that he has in there, because we're not wrong about how electronics work, but he talks about how the charges allow the electrons to flow, which, having gone through formal education in electrical engineering, it's not a great way of thinking about it. But no, I'm not talking about mead and honey. I'm talking about mead. M-E-A-D-E. It is a sweet drink that consists of water, honey, yeast, and the yeast eats up all of the sweet stuff, and it shits out alcohol and other stuff. And then it eats some of the other stuff and poops out even more alcohol, leaving you with a sweet honey drink for whatever sugars are left. Sweet honey drink that has a high alcohol content. That is mead. Meat and honey is great, but meat is also really wonderful. And if you get the right yeast, it's got to eat up a lot of that sugar, but leave just enough so that it's not cloyingly sweet. Because I've had, you know, with the mead yeasts, I've had the sort of more normal mead yeast, and it's way too sweet for me. I know I'm type 1 diabetic. You know, if things are too sweet, I almost immediately sense it. By the way, my weight's back up. I don't know what the hell happened. I know the margin of error is like 5 pounds, but I had 260 on the scales. I just got 265 this morning, and I'm a little bit pissed off about it. Honey beer or even honey champagne. I don't like the champagne yeast is really good for like an apple cider. Like a bitter apple cider is really good with champagne yeast. The champagne yeast is a little bit more, dare I use the word, robust, and it's able to survive longer and eat more of the sugar, and it leaves less sugar behind. So you get a more alcoholic and more tart end result out of whatever you're getting. Great for champagne, great for grape juice, because it makes a nice, you know, ooh, I'm a fancy boy drink. Great for apple cider because apples are really, really sweet, and having like a bitter apple cider is really good. Having like a good bitter drink. I like it because it's not too much. In mead, it makes too dry of a mead. I don't like that flavor too much. So I like a medium specific for mead yeast. Yeah. But yeah, my weight's back up. It's back up 5 pounds, although that may be the margin of error. My scale has a flat bottom, much like myself, has a flat bottom, and the bathroom has tiles that are not super flat. They're like rocks. They're not quite like rocks, but they're a little bit like rocks. So depending on where I put the scale, it might drift. I weigh in the same conditions as stark buck naked in the morning, soon after I wake up, because for some reason that's a little bit more forgiving. And I ate a cheesesteak yesterday, so that's on me. I don't think all 5 of the cheesesteak pounds are still in my body, but yeah. I don't know. Up 5 pounds is not acceptable, so I got to get back on my shit. I got to get back on my shit and stop eating and stop cursing so much. Since we are the greatest nanny state of all, YouTube determines whether or not people can see my stream. I need to be careful about my profanity, because for some reason, YouTube, instead of fostering in a new and wonderful internet age where we censored ourselves less, they've gone exactly back on that claim because advertisers are a bunch of Mormons or something. I don't know. I hate it. I hate it. We were headed for some cool stuff on the internet, man. It was like a Wild West. There's all kinds of stuff. Oops, I saw somebody get killed by accident. I clicked on the wrong thing. That's on me. I don't know. Maybe a little censorship is fine, but cursing? Come on. We do like physical stuff here. We work on things. And when you work on things, you smash your fingers against things and it hurts. And cursing actually helps the human body deal with pain. So all I'm doing is trying to stay healthy. That's really all it is. I got to tighten up the camera. There's my current obsession are those safety sandals videos where the guys are working with like sheet metal. Actually, the guys that work with sheet metal always actually have shoes on. It's all the other guys that are working with like big industrial machines, and they're just barefoot. That's my obsession too. Everybody's been watching those lately. Yeah, it's like every weekend there's like a new video, and it's just like, what are you guys doing? We have had centuries of industrial, boffins going in and looking at factories and going, that ain't safe. We're not going to do that at all. And then you have, I guess, these videos with guys that are just on dirt floors walking around. Industrial machines. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. This is literally just tap water. I didn't think ahead. All right. I don't know. I don't want to start quite yet. I want to start in a minute or two. I just wanted to relay all of the incredible frustration that I've been dealing with in my weekend. I didn't make plans, and all of my friends have moved away or are busy with their kids. Everybody's got kids. They don't got time for my BS. So I have been, is this blown? Wait a minute. These are looking a little worse for wear, these vacuum tubes. I might need to replace them, or at least the one. Anyway, so I've been sitting around basically working on this signal hacking stuff that we've been doing, and it hasn't been working. Boo kids. They're welcome to start lives of their own. It means that I don't get to hang out with my friends. Anywho, so I've been sitting here signal hacking, and I've tried a bunch of stuff that's contrary to what was told to me by emails and other definitive sources. I've got two relatively definitive sources for the LEDs on the Switch and the LEDs on the Mercedes wheel. The problem is they are just obstinate enough that I don't know if I can trust them. I don't know if they're correct. I have an email that randomly came to me from a user on the internet who claimed that one E and one F, and their formatting was to the LIN bus standard. It looked like they got it directly from one of these files. Are you still working on that cursed BMW light switch? To the degree where I got pissed off and drunk last night, and I went on eBay and I bought another one. I bought another one of these. This one will have all the controls. It's coming from Ingerland, and it's coming in 4 weeks. I will be testing my kimchi, and shortly before I die, I will open up a package that contains another one of these. Why do I have two? I shouldn't have two of these. These are not that important, bother. What happened to you? What happened to me is as usual, I sunk my canines into this thing just a little bit too far. And it's like a vendetta now. It's like a vendetta now. I can't put it down. I'm not able to drop this and move on. I can't, but I need to move on. So we're not going to work on it today, but maybe good or bad news. What's going on? There might be multiple revisions. Supposedly both Bosch and Siemens made them in the PCBs, and the PCBs are entirely different. That'll be fascinating, actually. If we get the other one, we'll see. The generation that I'm looking at is F10. Obviously, the Switch goes through a couple generations, and there are revisions the whole way. And part of the LIN bus is that it's able to reconfigure itself. Somewhere in some computer, there is an LDS file that defines exactly the branch of the LIN bus that contains both the Mercedes steering wheel, not both, that either contains the Mercedes steering wheel or the BMW light switch. And that's the information that I would really love to get. It's proprietary. They don't share it. And it's shared in secret, like back shadowy deals on forums and PMs going, hey, do you got that information? Yeah, here's my LDS file. To the point where there's on GitHub, there's a public LDS file parser that you can use to parse out the LDS file and get human readable information about the file that you have. Why is that useful if these files are so difficult to get your hands on? Why is that out there if I can't find I can barely find any information about it at all. And I certainly can't find on the public internet these files. Maybe it's that Google's been completely hamstrung and I need to find something other than Google to do my searches now. But I used to be like crackerjack at getting these getting weird information on the internet was my thing. I could do that. I was capable of doing that. I had tears in my eyes. I was working so hard at this and it didn't pan out. But for some reason, this GitHub project that's very public says, hey, here's a parser you can use and here's how you use it. Cool, man. Everybody needs this. Isn't that useful? And all these other people are like, yeah, that's great. This is awesome. What a great project. I'm like, what? Why? Why do so many people have this information? And I can't find it. I can't find it anywhere. It's so weird. And then they're saying, hey, if you got a problem with our software and you're going to send us files, try to get the proprietary information out of it first so that we don't get this information that's supposed to be kept secret or something. Try the Russian state-owned Yandex search. I found a lot of data sheets with it that I should not have. Maybe I should do that. I haven't tried anything but Google because back in my heyday was 10 years ago when Google was good. It was really good at its job of finding really obscure things. I was using it to find products that had been modified in Afghanistan, and I was able to trace it to the exact Chinese products that these things were made out of. which is that's crazy work. That shouldn't be able to be done. But anyway, my information gathering skills were not good enough for this. So I tried some brute forcing, and I got, I haven't been able to confirm that the email is correct, and they may be correct for a different bus. It might be a slightly different bus. So, the 1E, 1F packet structure might be okay. My Mercedes searching had me find a side panel control for like the windows, the driver's side panel control. Side panel control has a couple LEDs on it, which means that for some reason, Mercedes made their packet have 3 bytes in it. And it was a 00, and then it had the LEDs turn on and off, and then it had backlighting. But the steering wheel doesn't have anything like that, so the packet might look different. I have no confirmation of BMW W211 era LIN bus. This is as close as I got, and it was for the button panel, and the researcher on their GitHub page was very sparse with details. And I'm wondering how they found out that these were the packets. I'm wondering how they did this, because their code doesn't have the brute forcer or anything in it. I know they're not just sitting here going, oh, let me try this. So what is it going to be? How did they figure it out? Because I need to do that with my own signals. So my suspicions are that my bit timing might actually be at fault here. We are able to poll external devices, both of them that are completely different devices from completely different generations of car, with the same signal, and they both give us a data packet in the correct structure and timing. So when I call out for backlight information, are they complicated enough? Are they programmed enough to recognize what might be an off-timing signal? Tomatolicious, who I've been talking to, Tomatolicious, thank you for the sub. I really appreciate that very much. Yeah, we've been doing some hardcore hacking in the background here, and I've been doing a lot of hardcore hacking with you guys, but we've worked on this switch for too long. We're going to work on repairing stuff today. I need to fix these things that I interact with daily, both my speaker control and my keyboard. So that's what we're going to work on today. I am just relaying with you guys how much homework I've been doing. It's gotten frustrating though. I have this thing capable of making 4 different packets that contain the information that's on the slider, and the 4 different packets were 4 things that I wanted to try. And if we look at the structure of them, they're just right here. So for the BMW transmit, we're sending the address, we're sending the headlight information, a 0, and then a checksum, or we're sending 0, the headlight information, and a checksum, or we're sending the headlight information, an FF, and then the checksum. This isn't, oh yeah, it's either 0 first or second, and then I FF'd the non-use thing, which shouldn't affect it at all. None of this worked. Then for the Mercedes, I tried what I thought would be the good packet. I FF'd what I thought would be the good packet. I used 2.8 because 2.8 is what that researcher used in order to get the button panel to light up different buttons, and then the backlight information. And then I tried zeroing it again. That's just the same packet as the first one. I couldn't think of anything else to do. And none of this worked. None of it worked. This isn't even everything that I've tried. Again, we've brute forced all of the LIN bus trying to give it the right information. 1E and 1F we extensively tested to no avail. I don't know. I don't know. What's going on, Madamu? What's that, Heavy Dirt? Don't use Yandex. It's a Russian state's tool. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I will, but it would be worth trying maybe once or twice. Or something similar. Not just Yandex. I could use DuckDuckGo. Their office is like right over there. I'm in like long walking distance of DuckDuckGo's main office. And the main office is pretty funny. It looks like a dollhouse. It's like a really how do I put it? Extensively decorative building. It's kind of a house in a row of houses that's right near industrial stuff. It's right near my Wawa. If you guys are wondering where I go to Wawa, DuckDuckGo's home office. Basically, there's like a nail salon and stuff there too. But and of course the the ever-present vape shop. Everything on like the main roads around here has become banks. It's kind of like the same way that like all evolution returns to crab. Everybody's becoming crabs, right? We're all going to become crabs eventually. But the industrial space is all going to become banks. It's just going to be banks that close at 5, so nobody is able to actually effectively use them. That's all we get. You walk into those places and they're like, what the fuck? What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at work? It's like, why did you open these hours? Nobody can get into the bank. It sucks. Grab people. Yeah. There's that basket company that made a stupid picnicking basket. And everybody went nuts for them. And then they made so much money, they just made their corporate headquarters look like the basket. What? That sounds like a very Midwestern thing to do. Why do they always do that in the Midwest? I guess maybe the zoning is a little bit easier out there when there's like nothing around. I always love those houses on Zillow where it's just like house and there's nothing. It's just grass all around it. And in the distance, there's like a mountain, but it's just like in the middle of nothing. There's just this mansion. Back in the day, everything became Starbucks. Now the Starbucks are becoming banks. Yeah, it's the unfortunate truth of it all. Man, franchising for Starbucks, man, you'd have been making some bank, huh? If you had a little property that they wanted. This keyboard is going to be patently disgusting. I'm sorry, I apologize. I don't know what happened. I've been living like an animal, apparently. This is not gonna be pretty, but I need it to be done. And then maybe I can think about cleaning the keyboard. Did Mr. Beast launch his bank yet? Oh, was he? He's gonna do that. What a weird guy. I saw a post about a Mr. Beast like chocolate peanut butter thing that was all disgusting inside. Stop getting into food. You're not doing a good job. Longaburger. Longaburger? What's Longaburger? Is that what it's called? The basket company? Yeah, I'm gonna start. Conversation's getting more cursed as time goes on. Oh, that was the lighting control. Now I'm sitting here in the dark. Hold on. Hit the wrong button. That's the one. There we go. I gotta fix all those. I gotta be using the Stream Deck more instead of clicking on the screen. I typically do scenes in OBS, but it's much more fluid when I do it on the Stream Deck because I'll go into here and click on the thing in order to get to where I need to go. But if I want to have like punchy stuff happen on stream, I should probably. I was thinking of a couple scenes that I would love to incorporate. What are you doing with that shit box? How fucking dare you? How dare you make fun of my audio setup? This is what's known as a shit stack. It's shit audio spelled with 2 I's, and it's good stuff. They've updated the design for this literally the day after I bought it. I probably should have returned this and gotten the new design. Same for this one. This one's now USB-C. This one's USB micro. It pisses me off that I don't have a good USB-C plug in the back of this thing because USB-C is just better all around at being a hardware component. What up, Fallout Traveler? That's a good name. I like that name. Okay, music out. Music, fade the music. Get that out of here. Guy in the booth. Can you lower the music, please? It's Space Cowboys on SoundCloud, if you guys are wondering. Space Cowboys. This is the 8-ball like chill mix. Pretty good stuff. I like using it as a background. I don't have to worry about copyright anymore. So actually, technically, I could use soliloquy number 1. Or is it soliloquy? No, it's something. It's the other word. Hold on. What was the opus number 1? That's the wrong keyboard. There we go. Anybody who's called CVS in the last century probably knows this music. Oh yeah, YouTube's a little quieter. Dun 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 dun. Do 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 do. Okay, I'm not gonna play that. All right. Anyway, music only goes to Twitch. It doesn't go to YouTube because YouTube is fairly horrible about their music. They like to copyright strike you. I'm just helping out a bunch of artists by playing music on my stream, essentially stealing it. Yeah, unless you get the phone compression, it doesn't sound right. I've been looking for a particular song. There was one song that I know very well with a particular guitar piece on it, and I found a subreddit for that song, and the subreddit was a bunch of people trying to find that song. It is infamous, and I have not been able to find that song or that subreddit again. It's like when you go to return the monkey's paw and the shop never existed. That's what that's like with that song with me. It's one of these hold music songs, and I think it's got a guitar part. It's not opus number 1. Typically, it's opus number 1. Opus number 1 is the typical song. Some companies will just get music from anywhere, like CVS just got like orchestral kind of music, and they just put it on the phone. The problem with that is that the typical phone lines have this incredible amount of compression on it that ends up making some of the parts sound like you're assaulting a robot and the robot's trying to scream out for its friends. But this one had horrible compression like that, and it was some kind of a guitar piece. I don't remember where I heard it. That's the only problem. Otherwise, I'd call them and try to get their hold music. All right, I'm just going to do this preliminary sweep with a bleach wipe, just so this isn't as horrifying. If you guys saw the Rabaz keyboard cleaning stream, you guys would let me off the hook. But I don't think you guys have seen it, so you don't know what a real gamer keyboard looks like. Today, we are repairing stuff, if that wasn't patently obvious by the stuff that's sitting on the desk. I've got 2 of these accessories that I have basically sitting on the gaming desk. The ultimate gaming desk that's covered in, Monster Energy drink and boogers and stuff. Well, this is pretty covered in boogers. I use them every day. I use these things every day, and I'm an awful, terrible slob. And so I'll be drinking something, and I'll just go when I see something funny on the internet, and then I slap my belly. But crud gets into this stuff. Oh, the horror. Oh, the horror. Oh, the horror. I'm not going to show you guys that. Woo! I just did this in front of my face light, and I saw particles. These things get disgusting. I touch them, and so everything I touch typically gets disgusting, and I have not cleaned them properly in a while, so we need to do that work, but there's other stuff that we need to do. This shit stack that I got sitting in front of me, and that's just not just me insulting my own equipment, it is from SCHIIT Audio, shit. If you go to, I don't know, is it shit.com? Anyway, they've got really good audiophile style stuff. That's all American made. Get that eagle flying, and that my American sunglasses fell behind the desk. I can't get them right now. But anyway, they've got really nice domestically made audio equipment, and it's really nice and it works well. And I decided to try out vacuum tubes with their equipment, and then I decided to upgrade my vacuum tubes because the orange ones sent us all checks during the pandemic. And so I decided that instead of using that to keep myself afloat, I would make a stupid purchase with it, and I bought these. Then, the day after I bought all this stuff, Shit Audio updated it all, and they incorporated a lot of the complaints that exist inside of this stuff. We need to do a little modification inside of this to stop buzzing. I should have returned this to Shit Audio. I did not know at the time that there was a design flaw in this amp. And the design flaw is that they have a giant transformer sitting in the back corner. They're not using linear supplies. They're using big transformers because, I don't know, audio reasons. The big transformer in the back is right by where the AC plug plugs into this thing. I think it's easy to repair. We're about to find out. Even if it's hard to repair, I should be able to repair it. I don't know if I should swap out the tubes. I've got extras of these. I bought a bunch of them when the pandemic popped off. I was like, man, I'm going to stock up on vacuum tubes in case they drop nukes. But this one's looking a little busted. It's too easy to see the heater, and we'll look up how you can tell if a vacuum tube is starting to go. These are triodes and whatever on top there. I was sold on vacuum tubes as soon as I bought an amp. I thought that it would be one big stupid gimmick. One big stupid gimmick where the modern equipment is just as good at doing its job as the old-timey stuff. And so I bought this stuff from Shit, and I started using it. And once I started using it, I said, well, you know what? This sounds a lot warmer than a lot of the other stuff. I liked like a direct Code Rushed rating with a party of 8. How you guys doing? That's what that purple light tells me. At some point, I'm going to get a bunch of those like rotating safety lights, and we'll make a thing that'll make the whole shop change when we get a raid or if we get like a subscriber in. I want to have like a real loud kind of not loud, but I mean visually loud notification in the shop, and I want to use a bunch of my LED strips in service of that, and we'll be able to do that all with Node-RED. So we'll start work on that soon too. Burn the subs, of course, we'll start on too. But anyway, yeah, apparently the buzzing on this is because one of the pins of the ground touches one of the main body of the transformer, and it gets a whole bunch of electrical noise in it when it does. So we need to bend that down, bend the ground down. I don't know if we can case ground the device. I don't know if we should do that. And then the volume knob, it got scratchy. This is, you can see here, I'm wiping off all of my nasty finger juice off of this thing just to get it back into shape. But I don't have the funds. I don't have $700 to spend on 2 new things that I already have that already work. So I'm going to fix this up. I might send Shit an email. I don't know if I already did send Shit an email. I probably did. There's like, I think it's an inside joke in industry that if Oh Bother sends you an email, you immediately ignore it and just laugh at him. Because that's what seems to be going around. I should also probably email the laser welder guys and be like, hey, it's me. I've been meaning to build like a solid bar version of this. Message being checked by mods. Let me open up Twitch here. I have the page open. Let's see. Is it this one? Provided YouTube by DistroKid, Opus number 1. Oh, there's just too much nonsense going on there in the message. I guess I can allow it. It's not offensive. It's just it's too much information. I want to upgrade my stack, if not almost solely, because the Modi and Magni are not heavy enough to stay in place on my desk when the cable moves. That is a solved issue with me. This has weight to it, and I of course used Velcro, whatever it is, the 3M dual lock to hold the top to the bottom. So this is meaty. This isn't going anywhere. I wanted to upgrade the vacuum tubes because I tried it skeptically, and it surprised me at the warmth of the audio that the tubes provide. Now, before we mess with this, I am going to have to take the tubes out. One of the modifications that I did with this, you've been Tomodachi. The price is why I haven't upgraded to a better unit yet. I really want that reissued Neo Geo, and I don't want to dig into my savings for what's essentially an impulse purchase. Yeah, I want to make a solid bar to do these two, but the power thing is one of the issues. The other one is that the tubes got too hot. This would actually be hot to the touch because they put a big metal knob on the front and made it feel really nice using the bog standard Alps stereo knob. This little guy right here. It's very, very difficult to move. It's very viscous. I have 2 of these just in case the value of that thing changed. So the one issue they had was buzzing. The other issue they had was the vacuum tubes were too deep. So I bought, and you got to be careful with vacuum tubes here. These are glass after all. They're glass and they're relatively fragile. Oh, that shit's not moving. Spacers. I had to make sure that the spacers were the right thing because sometimes these are pinout converters. Now, vacuum tubes. I know I've ranted about vacuum tubes with you guys. I've had to do a lot of modifications to get these to not break the tube. Because if the pins are in the wrong places or they're difficult to get in, they will break the glass. You got to be careful of that. Vacuum tubes are kind of cool. They add a lot of warmth to the sound because they're treating the electrons differently. They deal with the higher frequency stuff a lot, I guess, differently. It's so, hold on, I need to do my micro procedure. Go, automation. Herc. Okay, there we go. Now things look good. My finger looks terrible. Woo. Okay. So this is a vacuum tube. It has a mesh, an anode and a cathode, I think, and a heater. And so when you heat this thing up and you energize the mesh, it will allow electrons to pass through. And so they're using that system in order to amplify your audio. That's a very rudimentary breakdown of it. Vacuum tubes are where all of this electronic stuff started. We were able to put, not solid state, but we were able to put switching elements inside of vacuum tubes and create logical systems that eventually evolved into computational tasks that eventually evolved into what you call a computer by putting more and more of these switching elements in. Solid state switching, of course, allowed us to make things much smaller using etching technology. But in the days of the vacuum tube, we had pins coming out of glass tubes, and they were in a semisphere. You have a spherical array of pins with a gap. And so where the gap is, clockwise, pin 1, 2, 3, 4, just like a clock face, all the way around to the last pin. So that when you get to chips, you have a silicon thing. This is conformally coated, so it looks disgusting. You have a silicon covered, well, actually, from chips we went to cans. I don't have an example of a can in front of me. The can transistors were circular, and the can transistors are essentially, here, let's just pull up an image of one. That's the wrong keyboard. It's dangerous having multiple keyboards. Can transistors were the way that we were able to initially start using silicon technology with our electronics. And so what they would manufacture is a little metal can, and the chip would sit in the middle of the can, and then little bonding wires would go out to all the pins and periphery. Now, I love the printed circuit board was made by aliens, and we're following alien technology. People that can say that stuff without even like bothering to start to look at the evolution of electronics technology are insane. It's just so like you can see the lineage going from one technology standard to the next. You have legs that are coming out of this thing and a bonded silicon transistor in the middle of it. That is like a vacuum tube. From there, you move to a silicon body or an epoxy body over the chip that has the pins coming in. Even when you move to microchips, the microchips pins are counted from the dot mark, from the gap, clockwise, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, blah, 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 9, 10, 11. They keep that going. They do the U shape on those. And that comes from vacuum tubes. So, you know, as the technology evolves, it sort of keeps its vestigial traits. I'd like to see how warm they get on the thermals. Do they still make those transistors? Still make or still distribute, I guess, are two different things. I don't know if they still make them or if the machines have gone to some other country where they've decided to continue manufacturing. These vacuum tubes come to me from somewhere near Ukraine. And apparently, since the conflict in Ukraine has started, it's been getting harder and harder to get vacuum tubes because they were manufacturing them. There were some places that were making Nixie tube displays in Ukraine as well. And they are all under threat because these fucking assholes in charge can't keep their dick in their pants. But yeah, so that's sort of the technology that we're dealing with here. It is really, really kind of cool to use such old technology with audio, because with audio, it does matter if you get a 1-to-1 reproduction. I generally try to do a 1-to-1 reproduction with my audio. I want to hear what the guy in the booth hears, but there is a subtle component to the vacuum tubes that sort of warms up your audio to the point where if I'm using my very expensive headphones, the Bera Dynamic 1990s, Plugged into this is just a chef's kiss. Turning up the volume does not feel like you are getting harsher audio. It doesn't feel like, ooh, this is starting to hurt my ears. Instead, what it feels like is that you're getting closer to a DJ booth. It's kind of crazy. They still make them for aerospace. I got a 2022 data code. That's the thing about aerospace, is if it's simple and it works, you keep using it. Because the newfangled silicon thing is not necessarily proven, and vacuum tubes are big and radiation affects them less. That's that whole Fallout aesthetic thing going on. So radiation hardened electronics are a thing, but if you've got a system that works and it takes a $5 vacuum tube to keep it working, you just keep it working. Here, I got to get my air blower thing because we're going to get a lot of dust. This is going to be dusty, everybody. We got to get into this thing. And then next we'll work on the computer and we'll try to repair the keyboard. My keyboard, we're going to work on this next, but the keyboard is crusty, but the little screen, I had one of the lines pop off, and I have an idea of how I'm going to repair that. But first, let's do the audio thing so that I can get it off my desk, because it's big. It's big in comparison to the things that I typically work on. Oh, the canned transistors. Yeah, again, they're big and the radiation doesn't affect them as much, and if it works, it works. You keep doing it. Keep using that stuff. You don't need to upgrade. There's a lot of infrastructure stuff like that too. And actually a lot of factory stuff like that where they're just like, well, it works, so I don't want to touch it. I really feel the need to recreate these. I don't know how I'm going to do it though. Oh God, there's still glass in here? Oh no. Oh, those are glass shards. Oh dear God. Listen, if you have something like this on your desk, right? And you've got a real meaty sneeze and a little glob of your sneeze gets onto one of these things get warm, quite warm in fact. You can kind of touch them when they're fully heated up, but you shouldn't. And if you have a real meaty sneeze like I do, and a little glob goes, yoop, pop, that one little piece that your meat touches will pop off, and you'll see this beautiful blue electricity go all through your audio as it goes. You can accidentally break the tubes, and I have. I've actually had stuff fall off of my shelf and break the tubes too, which is an unfortunate circumstance of having a nice little desk area that you've sort of catered to your own stuff, is that when something falls off of your shelf, it has quite a bit of kinetic energy and it will bust open one of your vacuum tubes. This is why I bought a bunch of extras. They should last about a year, although I've not seen any of them kind of go out. I think one of these is going out, so I think we're going to replace them preemptively today. Getting a paper towel so I don't get glass shards in my hand again. We've dealt with broken glass quite a bit on this stream, and for some reason. Okay. So putting the spacers in there made it so that the vacuum tubes don't overheat the body of the device. They still get pretty hot and they still heat up the whole device. The whole stereo stack gets hot, but I have GE long life tubes for one, and then Russian tubes for the other amplifier. I don't know what the structure of the amplifier is. Should we look it up? And I really should talk to shit about getting new. Oh God, we got to clean that. Hold on. I haven't been under this thing in a while. This is all my disgusting stereo equipment. And someday my brother's kids will inherit. And they'll go, that my weirdo uncle died and left me this stuff. Or no, it's always my diabetic uncle got his whole head cut off because he didn't manage his diabetes correctly. They just chopped his whole head off. They took his legs first, but you know, it got so bad that they just cut his head off. Did I tell you that my uncle has diabetes just like you? Wow, thanks. Yeah, they chopped his head off. That's what I always hear from people. I'm like, thank you. Thank you for relaying this information to me. I'm really excited to know about your mutilated family member. Why do people need to... You don't need to relate to me on the diabetes front. It's okay. If you know nothing about diabetes, it's okay. I'm happy to talk about it. I actually got a really nice email, from somebody that was saying thanks for going over all of the Android autopancreas stuff. They put them in a tube like in Futurama. Yeah, but they don't know how to keep people alive in there anymore, you know? That's my uncle. I don't fucking care. Why are you telling me this? No, I got a really nice email on the diabetes front about somebody who wanted to look into doing Android autopancreas system with the Omnipods. Omnipod 5, I don't think is supported. It would be nice if they do support it. None of the people working on it are getting paid. I think Omnipod is working with them even to get that working. I don't know what the status is on Omnipod 5. Omnipod 5 is special because if you walk away from your phone, it has treatment information in it and can then respond to changes in glucose levels because it gets like a treatment plan from the phone that's managing it. That's for Android autopancreas system. For the Android autopancreas system, it is micromanaging and doing tiny little boluses and stuff. So I don't know if that's totally compatible. I think they are working on it. It would be nice to use the latest technology because my glucose sensor, they are very, very, very adamant about getting everybody to not reuse supplies, not have any longevity to their extremely expensive supplies. It's fucking sinister. The Bother Tomodachi is diabetic now. Yeah. You can't do Tomodachi life on hard mode with diabetes. So the company that makes the glucose sensors has an all-in-one thing instead of having the transmitter snap out of it and last for a month. Instead, it's just one thing you put on your body. It lasts for 10 days. It's a smaller battery. It's a smaller sensor. That's great. You don't catch it on stuff. I don't really catch the one I have on stuff, and I can reuse it and get some longevity out of it. I'm hoping that Tandem Diabetes comes out with their pump, and I don't know if they're doing glucose meters. The Dexcom works so well that I'm just stuck. But they've decided to stop production of the Dexcom G6, which is the one that I have. I have to move to the G7. It's the one you see on TV commercials. I don't want to use the Dexcom management software. I think XDrip, which is the management software that I use with Android autopancreas, I think it works with the G7. I have to look into that. The Omnipod 5 does not work with Android autopancreas system. The Dash does. I have not heard of any reduction or cessation of production of those products, but the email that I got really liked that I went over this stuff with everybody. I'm very happy that people are getting a lot out of it because we kind of stumbled our way through that. And I think that commenter might have been posting about the first stream that I did with Android autopancreas system. I hope they follow that up because at first when I started using the pancreas system, I said, hey, here's my Omnipod 5. I'm going to use this with AAPS. It was like a week after they came out, and now it's like years after they came out and they still don't support it. So you got to watch out with that kind of stuff. I've been struggling a bit with my diabetes for the last week. I don't feel very good and not getting anything done. I'm working on it. Yeah, sometimes you got, like, if you don't have the glucose sensor, you got to hunker down and do levels more often, do the finger sticks more often, and just get a beat on what's going on in your body. Got some doctor's appointments coming up, but after 40 years of diabetes, there's not a whole lot that they can educate me on. The first couple appointments after getting AAPS were a struggle. His nurse practitioners still have trouble opening up the web page that has literally all the information about me. If you go on my Discord and you go to my Oh Bother Pancreas section, you can look at the pinned comments. There's a link that'll tell you exactly what's going on up to the minute. If I can hit the right button here. BG. No, that's just the oscilloscope. I don't have the blood glucose show button. I have to actually manually click it. There. This is up to the minute information. The last glucose level is 5 minutes ago because it has a 5-minute delay. So as they roll in, you get a glucose level. Oh, I was this 5 minutes ago. So, but yeah, that is up-to-date information of post meatloaf sandwich bother. I sliced the bread very thin this time. I'm being good because my weight has gone up a little bit and I want it to be going down. I want it to be going down by several pounds a month. I want to do it slow because I want to be kind to my liver because everything else I do in life is not kind to my liver. But my weight was back up and it's going to happen. This is going to happen. I'm going to bounce around. I'm going to be within margins of errors that are like 5 pounds, but I was up 5 pounds after being down 3. I was excited that I was down 3. You should make all the values flatline and see if anybody frantically pings you. Yeah, what happens? What happens when I croak? I wonder what that data looks like. I bet you Dexcom has that data for some of their users. Where like, this is the moment they died, and then you get the slow taper, because the body keeps trying to function after death. You know, the brain might have stopped its job, but there's probably a slow lowering of the glucose level. How do I get to that? Posting your active sugar levels. It's important to me because I'm hopeful. If you are using these products that I'm using, I know how to instruct you on how to do it. There are tutorials that you need to follow to the T for Android Auto Pancreas system on the Android. The stuff that Android's talking about, getting rid of sideloading, I really hope that the pushback from the internet is strong enough that they don't do that. Otherwise, we probably will have to register as a developer for Android, and you have to get Android Studio, and you have to compile it yourself. Xstrip is much easier. It's 2 programs, Android Auto Pancreas System and Xstrip. Xstrip collects data and it puts it on the Heroku app website. Android Auto Pancreas speaks to the pump and gets data from Xstrip and tells Xstrip my bolusing information. Xstrip is the one that updates everything up onto the internet, and it's the one that shows me the glucose levels and allows me to have a smartwatch with my glucose levels on it. Xstrip does not do any healthcare stuff, so you can just get this. You can just sideload it onto your machine. Or it might actually even be in the App Store, the Android App Store. And that one's easy enough to get registered with your glucose meter and everything else running. You can keep using the glucose meter because the glucose, at least the Dexcom, can have 2 devices paired with it. So you would have your phone paired with it, and you would have your original management device paired with it while you transition onto Xstrip. There are tutorials out there for AAPS. There are setup tutorials for Xstrip. The tutorial I followed was from AAPS, Android Auto Pancreas System. The Android Auto Pancreas System has a month-long training session. The month-long training session has book tests where you have to read exactly how this thing is managing your healthcare so that you know what you're getting into. Android being clamped down is entirely the antithesis of the existence, like the guiding principle and original existence of Android. And it really, these tech fucks really need to be put in their place for some of the stuff that they're trying to pull with, you know, oh, in order to install Linux by law, you need to have your ID scanned in order to keep the children safe. Fuck you. You know that. We all know that's why you're doing this. It's not going to keep children safe. Okay, so what pisses me off is that shit audio has moved on from these designs and they've improved them. Literally the day after I bought this thing is from like 2016. I've got USB micro for both power and for computer. So this is what's creating analog audio from my digital computer. It's nice to have. I don't have a lot of extra audio accessories. If I was doing more synthesizer stuff, at one point I had the switch plugged into this so that it would be able to use my big speakers. But this is nice to have. It's nice to have an external audio card just because it's kind of old school, and also because you're kind of isolating any noise that can be produced over here. For years and years, everybody using their computers was like, yeah, audio's kind of good now, so we don't really do anything on that front. And so now we all just explicitly trust that the manufacturers put the best audio we can get in there. Even still, like this motherboard that I had a memory leak for the audio. So I don't understand why people are like that now. But that's the way computers went for a little while. Everybody was just, it's fine. But no, if you want to have multi-$100 speakers plugged in, which I do because it's kind of an advantage in some games to be able to hear stuff really, really well. I had a friend who kept getting accused of cheating in the video game. You know, that video game everybody plays, the video game. People would accuse him of cheating because he was able to hear footsteps behind walls. It was audio data that was there. It's just people couldn't hear it on a crappy headset. So anyway, this plugs into Lay Computer, Reddit, Tips, Fedora, the Narwhal. Anyway, this plugs into the computer and makes the analog audio. 2 RCA plugs. You know, I'm not totally jazzed about the RCA plugs, but that's just what everybody's using in the system. 2 RCA plugs carry the audio to the vacuum tube amplifier. The vacuum tube amplifier gets the OG audio and it amplifies it to go out to powered speakers. And if I plug in my headphones, it'll cut off the speakers and supply my expensive headphones with really nice audio that has some oomph behind it. So with the speakers, they're a fixed volume, and then this will turn up and down the volume on my whole computer. And it's a control that I can reach for and crank down rapidly when the YouTube short comes up, and then I fiddle around trying to find that fucking ass audio button that you hover over the speaker and the thing goes down like this, and you very carefully move your mouse down and then it vanishes. I hate that thing. But yeah. Radio Corporation of America plugs. Chat is full of all kinds of information that I do not give a shit about. I don't care. We might want to remake these things today. I used RF cables to make these, but I may want to remake them. I kind of want to like 3D print something that's just a solid bar, but we might make something that's a solid bar. Yeah, the tube portion is a little bit more like a preamp. It's shaping the audio as well as allowing me to control it. That's really the main reason. And then the vacuum tubes are a cherry on top because of the way they handle high frequencies when the volume goes up. And that's all just special audio shaping. It's what I like. Whenever I talk about audio, never use definitive terms because the audio nerds will jump down your throat. That may even happen today, even though I have extensive knowledge due to modular synthesizers and amplification and electrical engineering training. The audio people think they are smarter than you always. So when you talk about audio with audio people, be sure to say, I feel that, or to me, blank, right? I use this system because it sounds good to me. I like the way my audio is shaped. My studio monitors are the common Yamaha ones. They're the smaller ones. I should have bought the larger ones back when I had like a career and money, but those are fairly one-to-one reproduction of the audio. They're not shaping it in any way. There's no bass boost in anything. I hate. There was a headphone company that had a video about the headphones that they were producing, and the guy, of course, was on my side in terms of one-to-one reproduction, but they also had to make a version of their headphones that had incredible bass, and the bass was just completely put way out of control. Skull Candy Crushers. Yeah, so I'm not into that. I'm into the audio being the audio that everybody else can hear. What are we saying here? Moved away from rooting because modern Android has all the features I want, and if they start doing that, I'll have to go back to it. Yeah, exactly. I found the other guy. Wait, was there a previous message? I always get stuck when there's another like previous message because I got all this text to get through now. What are you guys saying? Oh, you're gonna be allowed to get a CGM. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, X-Strip might be the way you want to go. I'm not sure. There's a lot of stuff out there now. But yeah, get used to using it regularly first. There's a guy on Alibaba who's making USB-C connectors that match the USB Mini and micro footprint. Oh, that's pretty neat. Yeah, because with a milling machine, I can just go in and make the hole into an oval hole, and then that'll plug into my system much better. You know, that nice click of the USB-C would be a lot nicer. Or I could email Shit Audio and say, hey, if I feature your products on my stream, would you perhaps consider sending me the cool new thing? And then we'll just do a stream where I lightly take it apart and go, that's neat. I'm going to put it back together before I break it. And then I'll have them. That's how I got this mouse. We didn't take apart the mouse because I didn't have to. They were through Fusion 360. They said, hey, we want to send you our products to just use and see what you think. I'm like, all right, yeah, this is fine. So we got a pretty meaty mouse. This is a nice mouse if you like the Microsoft mouse. I am not endorsing them in any way. I'm just saying their mouse is decent. I don't know about 3-finger mouse though. I wish they had the 2 buttons and the thing in the middle, just like SteelSeries does and the old Microsoft mouse did. Let's start taking this thing apart because we've got a lot of dust and I still hear rattling. The thing about the Shit Audio thing is this thing has such large capacitors that this is sitting here on the desk with the LED still on for about 10 minutes after I unplugged it. Crazy stuff. Fusion 360 mouse. No, it's not. This is 3D Connections did it through the Fusion Creator program. All right, Phillips head screws, and I don't want to scratch them or this thing's going to look damaged. So I want to use the largest screwdriver that I can put at it. I could never get into audio. Too much hearing loss from jet engine. $20 in-ear monitors sound great to me. I have tinnitus. Remember, it's not an itis. An itis is an inflammation. I have tinnitus because of too many giant speakers in raves, basically. And because I had, in the early 2000s, I had cheap earbuds that I would crank up to maximum volume. Bad. So I've got the oh wait, no, that's 2001. Anyway, I still like high quality audio stuff because I can turn it way up and it sounds really nice. Sounds like your hearing loss is a lot more fun. A lot more drugs are involved in it, yeah. But I still like my high-end stuff. I still like using this stuff. Do I have to get all of these? These are like holding in circuit boards. If we're unlucky, there's a front fascia to this. But I think if I get these out, and then the ones on the surround, I think we can slide them apart. This thing is obsolete, by the way. This is, there's no utility in my showing you guys this. Sounds too much like punk rock. Well, look, as a diabetic with a little bit of macular degeneration going on here, that actually halted when I got all my levels under control. AAPS pretty much saved my eyesight, as well as injections of drugs directly into the eyeball. That was a fun one. Pretty much saved my eyes. But as somebody whose eyes are kind of getting worse due to diabetes, audio is a cool place to be. I don't want to spend too much money on it, but certainly is a lot of fun to be had. Also, this is just like my forever upgrade. I don't think I'm going beyond these things. Ooh, eyeball drugs, yeah. Uh-oh, power's fluctuating a little bit. What the hell was that? My fan just... the fan is like the first line of defense in terms of knowing what's going on with the power, and it just kind of dropped out for a second. This thing made a big click noise, too. My battery backup. I don't know how well this thing is working these days. What does it say over there? It's at 100%. All right, so there was just like a little spike in the power. Yeah, nothing more uncomfortable than getting something injected directly into your eye. It's basically, they use a lot of numbing drops, and you just feel pressure, and then your vision goes all weird for a little while in the one eye. At one point, I had the blood eye because they hit a blood vessel, and the weird thing is the whites of your eyes, if they hit a blood vessel in the whites of your eyes, you will bleed into the whites of your eyes, but not your pupils. So your pupil gets like really highlighted by the darkness surrounding. It was creepy and awesome. That was in like 2015, 2014 that happened. And then later on, they said, hey, that'll be $600 about a year after you had the procedure done. And I'm like, what? Like, yeah, your insurance changed their policy on diabetic macular degeneration. They'd do it if I was old, but if I'm diabetic, all of a sudden they don't cover the injection that saved my eyesight. Injections. Why? Why? How is that legal? Okay. Hope I'm not scratching anything by doing this. Why would you design it like this? So that was exactly what I thought would happen. Keep in mind, for these streams, for these take apart a thing or repair a thing streams, I do not cheat. I do not look it up ahead of time. I don't look up tutorials on how to take things apart. Part of that is just the challenge of it. I enjoy the challenge of trying to figure out how a thing was made and how to disassemble and repair it. We need weed eye drops. That's all that Mybo. They've been stealing that Ferris Bueller fucking song for nigh on 2 decades to advertise eye drops to stoners. They say, oh, if your eyes are a little bit red from the wind, why don't you get eye drops in order to keep them from being red from the wind or whatever. Or whatever. Wink. Fucking. We know you're talking about weed. We know. Just say it. Have you been smoking a bunch of sticky son, we got eye drops that won't have people calling the police on you. We're having red eyes, even though there's like 500 other signs that somebody's been smoking. Anyway, that came off exactly in the way that I thought it would. This is still turbo annoying to work with because because of the design of the device, it's got one continuous piece of metal going around like this, which is crazy. It looks nice, but did you have to do this? Sure. So if we're going to get this out, we need to get the volume knob out. Get the volume knob out, it is essentially stuck on there with friction. I don't see any other means. I don't see a hole for a tool to go in there. Is there any way to get a tool in there? Nope, doesn't look like it. It don't look like it. So, oh, and then this is hidden too. The spinning of the Alpine knob means that I can't read the value of it. Yeah, call cops for the right eyes. Oh, that was a lot easier than I thought it would be. that was way easier than I thought it would be. I was getting ready. I was like, all right, let's brace for impact here. I'm going to start pulling in just a second. I'm going to really wrench into this thing. And it was just like, pop. Okay, that was nice and easy. Red eyes. I'm calling the police. Yeah, no, it's just the only scenario that I can think of. But basically, those eye drops are sold for weed. It's sold so that people can smoke and not look like they've smoked. I just hate the commercials. They're very annoying. Yeah, it's a machined aluminum knob. Yeah, so when a place wants to make, when a company gets with a girl company and wants to make a little baby, no, when they want to make like a fancy volume knob, they use these things. And these are Alps knobs. They're very common in the audio industry. What do they call it here? RK27. So this one is a logarithmic. This one is a linear. These are $20 each, which is why I spent $30 to buy the Euro Switch, because money and repairing electronics is a hell of a thing, you guys. You know, I've had $500 devices die on me because I touched it wrong. So, spending $20 on a thing is fun. Where's Ben Gizmo? I guess they come in here later in the day. I have a bone to pick with Ben Gizmo for withholding information from the streamer. From the streamer who's at their wit's end trying to get this fucking thing to light up. I think the timings on my signal are what's wrong, but I don't have any way to verify it. And Ben Gizmo posted a picture of the European version of that switch lighting up. The suckers are like $40 a pop for the real Alps ones. Just use the Chinese clones. Mine might be Alps. It says Alps Japan on the back. I want to use the real one because I like my boy to have fancy things, right? My boy only gets the best of the best. Man, that house on Zillow was so awesome. There's a brick house in Philadelphia that had like design behind the design of it. The first floor was a little bit narrow. Probably have to turn that into a garage if you don't want your shit to get stolen in Philly. But it would have been cool. Having a studio space is like a dream of mine, because I could easily put the electronics shop in the studio space, but there's no way that I would be making anywhere near a $3 million house money doing electronics these days. I would love to be able to sustain myself doing this, which is part of why I'm streaming, because being entertaining is part of it. Oh, we got to do that. I enjoy having you guys here for these kinds of things, because these can be not annoying. This has actually been really fun, but they're not lucrative. We are literally trying to keep myself afloat with these things. Oh, this is an American company. These are metric. Do you think they're... Oh, but it's Alps, so it's Japanese. Where's my wrench? That is way too much wrench. No, that's way too much. No. That's more like it. All right, let's get to work. 7/16 or 10 millimeter. Pseudo, you don't need to tell me these things. Remember when I talked about how I keep this information from myself in order to make things more interesting and relatable? Remember that? You remember that little detail? Perhaps backseating the exact size of wrench that I need to use. By the way, it's 11. You were wrong. Tedious? Oh, you're just making a joke. Okay. Sorry. Don't mean to body my fans. Oops. Disassemble. I need to engrave that on these. Just put assemble and disassemble on the two sides. No, chat loves backseating. No, you guys are good with backseating. It's okay. You're all good. You're all good. I just like the people who haven't done their homework to be on the same playing level as the rest of us. Because I don't do homework on these streams where we take stuff apart. Is it possible to be so wrong it doesn't count as backseating? It's possible to be so wrong that it does count as backseating. How about that? Be for real. No, I got to keep it interesting so I don't give myself any of the answers. And we get through here by our own ingenuity. Why are there resistors here? I really want the updated version of this device, but I sure as hell can't afford it. Especially with all the crunches and the inflation. This is first term Trump sending out checks for kicking everybody out of their work. Fighting it tooth and nail, but then eventually capitulating because the plans were in place. There are LEDs. I don't know there were LEDs in here. Look at that. Look at those little guys. Yeah, so when I got that check, I was like, oh shit, he signed it. I even put in my financial software, signed by Trump, because I thought it was so absurd that he had to have his fucking signature on that thing. All right, get ready for the industination. Oh my God. Holy shit. Okay, that was a lot of dust. Whew. Okay. Now, I don't want to turn this thing on. I would love to let you guys see this thing operating with the cover off, but I don't want to mess with it. These don't have bleed resistors on them. And I know this because this white LED will stay illuminated for like a year after I turn this thing off. So what I'm gonna do I want to ruin my Wera screwdrivers? No, I don't want to ruin my Weras. I like my Weras. But what I do have is the ubiquitous Chinese hex wrench. And I should probably have been holding on to these because I could eventually probably weld a life-size sculpture out of these stupid things. May as well add a bleed resistor while you're in here. That'd be a good idea, but I don't really want to alter this. So, knowing me, I'll add the wrong resistor and it'll be stupid. Okay. Okay, I'm much more confident in the electronics now. Now we can actually poke around. That's a shame. I wanted to ruin one of my Chinesium hex wrenches because these are made out of like pig metal. These are not made out of nice metal. They're not good wrenches. Generally, I don't super trust these. On lower torques and stuff like that, they're fine. And then I have a professional set of hex keys, although these are smaller. But the ball end is always nice. That's a weak point on it. So if you get to the smaller ones with the ball end, you got to be careful because this will pop off. But if a hex wrench comes with something you buy, it's not to be trusted. I really did want to. You tried to make sparks, says Sparks Maker, and I applaud the effort. I love how Twitch always has somebody with the name, right? Always relevant. Like if I ate a tomato right now, I have Tomatolicious right in my chat. I don't know what they make these out of. The one that came with the bamboo printer snapped in half when I removed the shipping protection on day one of owning the printer. Yeah, but do yourself a favor and buy a set of hex keys. And if you're super swank like me, you buy T-handled hex keys so that you can build frame rails with it. The T-handles are great because not because the T-handle is necessarily comfortable, because the T-handle has a lot of inertia to it. And when you're undoing things, you can just go foomp and it'll just blah, 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 blah. I got a good set of both metric and imperial. They're nice to have, yeah. because those little keys will mess up your hands. While we're here, I'm just going to wipe off the front of this thing and clean it. What I really should be doing is dropping all this stuff into an ultrasonic cleaner. Get some Torx ends. Those are really useful. I had to buy a second set that were longer because I had to get the hex wrench, the either with a ratchet end or a drill end. I had to get it into stuff, so I bought the extended ones. And I think these are loose fitting, so they can kind of wiggle around and fit into things. I have that in both metric and standard. I need to get those onto a tool holder. I like to have those little strips with the tool things on them so that I know that everybody's here. I have yet to buy one for those, though. I need to go buy one online. Okay, that front fascia gets dirty because when you go for the knob, your greasy thumb hits the front of the thing. So there's a little oobleck right here. Okay, nice and clean. Let's let that dry off. Well, I don't have room for any of this space. So I'm trying to do this one first. I don't have anywhere to put all these parts. Oh, the inside. Dust. So much dust. Nothing like trying to tighten a metric bolt using an Imperial. Oh yeah, you round out the bolt. Nice and round. No more corners on this bolt. Been there, done that. Didn't get the t-shirt. These things stink. This is the reason that these are down here. These Clorox wipes. They're the like nasty smelling ones. It's fresh scent of fucking, is that supposed to be mint? Because it's not what this is. Just smells like nasty. All right, so shit audio. I don't know if this is an AB or an A or a B amplifier. They probably have it listed on their site. Nice big traces. Old school technology. Not a whole lot to it. Basically, we're just throwing the audio into a basic, you could probably find this circuit online. Basic technology, pretty easy stuff. Just look up, how does an amplifier work? Oh, those little bridges right there. What are they doing? Little bridges there. We got little resistors over here. Oh, I wonder. Okay, so the problem is, and the one that we're going to solve right now, when I plugged this whole thing in, there was an insipid buzzing of my audios. Nice 60 hertz hum. I wonder where that 60 hertz hum might have come from. It could be anything. That 60 hertz, ubiquitous 60 hertz hum that had boiled into all of my audio equipment and forced me to spend $50 on something to isolate that 60 hertz hum. I had to spend money on filters because of this fuck-ass design. Why? You're a professional audio company. Why? Rolled edges on what and how does it make it easier to fix? What are you guys talking about, rolled edges? Yeah, they shipped it like that. And then they updated it and they didn't tell anybody. And so I had this for the amount of the warranty when I discovered that this was a problem. So I'm shit out of shit luck. Basically, haha, thanks for the money on this product that has all these things that need to be improved in order for it to function properly. So one of the other things is that these vacuum tubes are dropped down too far. On the new design, they did this whole thing where this is lowered a little bit, and so it doesn't get as hot. It's the ground pin pushing onto a transformer that is doing transformer things. And so it puts a hum into the rest of your audio. This is the power supply. The transformers are not involved in the end audio, I don't think. But as they're converting the 120 volts down, they did us the favor of injecting it back into your ground and probably messing up any GFCIs that you try to plug into that system. I should probably try to plug this into a GFCI. I don't have any recourse on this, and maybe I'll send Shit Audio an email saying, hey guys, I'm not looking to return this thing, but I got all these problems with it, and I would love to feature your fix of it on the show. I don't know what these LEDs are doing. You got 2 orange LEDs down here too. I wonder if it was over a site or a misstack. I don't know why they didn't do anything with ground, like case grounding the whole system, because that would have probably been a good thing to do. Oh, whoa, okay. So we can just just put the 86 on this whole thing. We'll just snip it off because they're getting ground through this pin. So they are using the ground as ground. Good thing we injected it back in with transformer noise. Okay, so that's a Nipex problem. I was gonna bend it and see if we could run a wire to case ground, but we don't have to do that because they have a through hole plug, but the plug added a lug, and the lug's fugged. Underglow for the tubes so they look cooler, in which case I'd want to replace them with blue. You gotta listen. The tubes have heaters in them, right? These in particular, the GE Long Life, have these 2 little heaters on top, and they look really cool. The heaters glow orange. If anybody's used Nixie tubes, you know, you can look at your color wheel, blue and orange. It's the color of the future. Kind of want to replace these with blues. We'll do that. Because the color contrast. Because the implication. Where are my LEDs? It's been a while since we've gotten to go in and repair something, huh? Feels good. Feels good. You actually want that. It's the color of the future, Pseudo. Get with the times. I could do red. Making everything orange is not as cool. But if it's blue, that means it's technological. I have actually seen like a very cool light blue cloud of electricity inside of the vacuum tube right before it exploded. Red rectangle. What? What is that? Is that a meme I'm too boomer to realize? I'm too late millennial to know all these boomer. I am a late millennial, you guys. That's born too early to explore the stars, born just in time to get fucked by the financial system in my home country and not be able to afford a house or a space to myself. I often find these threads where they say living with your parents is like exchanging your mental fortitude for housing, which is very near and dear to my situation. It's like, yeah, it's a great situation, and, you know, I love my parents, and they're nice, and we all get along, but I need to get out of here. It's like everything you think about is undercut by that. Where did the piece go? I cannot have a piece of metal floating around in my audio system. Come on. Out. There it is. That would have been a little Greeble. Oh, the thing that I'm working on is a big red rectangle. Yeah, so circuit boards. You got a couple colors to choose from, especially if you're getting them made out of house. Shit decided to go with red. That's a fine color to use. Speaking of red, Mahalo! Thank you so much for the sub. Mahalo's awesome. Love every minute. Super cool. Okay. Red is one of the colors you can choose. Red has a nice contrast to it. You can still see the traces. Blue has a little bit less contrast depending on who's using what solder mask they're using. Blue is a very nice color for circuit boards. You can tell kind of the difference between the copper wire and the fiberglass substrate. Yellow I found to be variable, but the newer formulations are actually kind of awesome. Are kind of awesome. You actually get a really good contrast between trace area and not trace area. So these are actually pretty good if you're into yellows and browns. And I guess the identity of my channel means I need to be making more yellow circuit boards. The one of these that we built up, I had on a black circuit board. Now I'm not racist, but no, I'm just straight up, I'm just not racist. But anyway, the black circuit board, the substrate that they use, the solder mask that they use is dark and there's no contrast between the copper traces and the substrate. There's a little bit, but it's very difficult to see the traces. You have to reflect light off of it so that you can see that sort of highlight. Because remember, this is three-dimensional, so the copper actually does have depth to it. So between the solder mask on the substrate and the solder mask on the copper trace, there's going to be just a little bit of depth. And so you can see that by shining light on it at an angle. You have to do it with black circuit boards and white circuit boards. For some reason, the silicon, or the silicon, whatever it is, the solder mask, whatever that's made out of the varnish, it just doesn't have the contrast to carry the stuff properly. Yeah, some places have been doing purple circuit boards. Osh Park has done my favorite one of all. They have their After Dark service, and the After Dark service uses a matte black FR4, and then the copper traces are allowed to be shiny, and they do a clear solder mask. So you have these really shiny traces sitting on top of a matte surface. It looks so good. It's so cool looking. He almost auto-canceled. This has a feature. It's auto-canceling. I love the 1970s vintage matte blue. I don't run into those as much, but yeah, there's matte blue, and then the typical 1970s and power supply ones is just have bare fiberglass brown. All right, so hold on, just read back on what chat was saying while I was going through that rant. So Mahalo subs, what's the difference between a circuit board and a motherboard? I would say, well, the motherboard is a type of circuit board design. It's a device that's designed using a circuit board, and called it the motherboard because it holds together all of these different devices. And so you've got sort of modular devices that are all plugging into a motherboard. So that's where that term comes from, and I guess that's why you would call it a motherboard, because you have a bunch of devices that come together as an ensemble that can be swapped out. And so is a DIN rail setup a motherboard? I don't know. I love we did that. After Dark is awesome. I made an audio board with that. It costs like $200 more than it would have in China, but it's fucking awesome. Yeah, exactly. I've never had the chance to do the After Dark service. It's prohibitively expensive for a dinky streamer that's just trying to make their way in the universe. Let's get those LEDs out, and then let's get this big chunky boy out, because this is what was scratching. And there's no looseness to it. Oh, wait a minute. I'm hosed. We're going to have to do some modifications then. This is as smooth as my brain. What about you, Logarithmic? Smooth as my brain. Okay, so we're going to have to extract the Turnima thing from this one. Obviously, I could wang-jangle this thing into a machine vise, and we could use the milling machine to flatten it out, but I don't want to do that. Or I could put a drill bit into this thing and make it roundinated. It's a plastic piece that's pressed into place, but no, or I could just take the one out and put it in the other one. Hopefully, we can repair it. So this is going to get interesting today, huh? Always has to. I think we're using the big boy, although the big boy is going to be kind of harsh on those. Let's go one down from the big boy. Big boy without a heater. It's quite cool. Thumbs and fingers, all thumbs are fingers, but not all fingers are thumbs. It's squares and rectangles. Doors and corners, kid. That's where they get you. All right, so I'm going to remove the solder from this without melting my switch. I don't know what this is going to do. I've got the European one coming in the mail. That'll get here very lazily. I didn't want to spend too much money, and I ended up buying it from the UK. So shipping is going to take a while. But in the meantime, I get to figure out how to get that backlight to show up. So far as I know, insofar as the stuff that I've been doing, I think it's my signal timing. I think that's what's cursing me. Where did my flux go? Usually I have a flux pen sitting right up here. Did somebody steal my flux pen? I'm the only person that uses the shop, so no. But where did it get to? Hold on a second. We got a missing flux pen. I know I don't like using flux, but I do use it. There it is. Hiding behind a bunch of stuff. Must have fallen down. My bad. It's the raccoons that sneak in here in the middle of the night. Instead of eating trash, they start messing with all my stuff. So I am adding a little bit of flux. This is not an old product. This is not old solder. This is 2016 solder. No, 2020-ish solder. It hasn't exactly crystallized. I can add a little bit of solder of my own to it, and that will kind of refresh it. But putting flux on there does kind of the same thing, and that way we get to get flux in our lungs. Why would you not move this just ever so slightly over to the side? You've got, oh, this is, you're sitting at the computer and you're designing a circuit board, and you get this nice 45-degree-ish, a little bit more than that angle coming into these traces, and then for some reason, you go over, jog down to get in here, and then you do this little dance here. Lower this down to the bottom, flatten this, make them far enough apart that your software puts a ground trace all the way to the end, and hit it with a via at the end of that so that it's better grounding. Man, all day we could sit here and critique all the decisions that they made. This was probably auto-generated and it just decided to roll with it. Somebody moved this and that ended up moving these things back here. Oh, that's covered in flux. Ugh. Yeah, flux and vaporized lead solder. And then the old school people in this hobby will be like, that's the best smell in the world. And they'll smell up the whole thing and like get it in their lungs. I love my leaded solder. Why do my lungs taste like pain? I got no room for that kind of stuff. The intern did his best. I think what happened is they moved this part. You know, you click and highlight this whole area, and then you move it a little bit, and that does this. I don't know what program they were using to design this. Probably like Altium or something really expensive. AI has existed in circuit board trace layout since the early 2000s. You got to make sure that these don't have tension. A little surface tension will keep solder holding on to the via. And so you want to kind of jiggle the pin a little bit sometimes. This is going to be the tough one. Yeah, even though it has, they did us a very solid here, and they gave it heat relief pads. I still am having trouble getting heat into there. So what I'm going to do, take some of my big solder over here. I'm going to add a little bit of solder to this. This one will be a little easier because it's only got these two little legs. That's another thing is I would go in between this one instead of this one, even though you have to. No, that doesn't work. Regular lead solder or the citrus smelling 90s stuff. Mine's partially leaded, and that's just a fluke of what I ordered. It's just what I was able to find. But I like partially leaded. Unleaded solder is a necessity if you don't want your career to end with cancer. It's just the reality of it that unleaded solder is better. And the old school people will tell you 6 ways to Sunday that they don't agree with unleaded, and that these whippersnappers don't know what they're talking about these days. But like, bro, like we got lead out of gas for a reason. Even though the car guys will tell you, man, there should still be lead in gasoline. You can tune your engine much higher, the ping, less pinging. Great, man, but you know what? All the boomers are like violent because of lead poisoning, minor lead poisoning from it being in the soil. And then we almost got the kids to stop smoking, but they made them strawberry flavored and in the shape of USB keys. Now they're all smoking again. What is it? England just passed a mandate that anyone born after 2008 does not ever get to smoke cigarettes, which is kind of awesome. Nothing against the people that smoke cigarettes, but I'm all about the health benefits of not having cigarettes around. My grandmother smoked a lot, and I hated visiting her. I hated it. I do love my strawberry flavored lead. Mm. Yeah, it really adds a nice flavor bouquet to everything. Bukkake? Nope, 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 nope. Don't let them know how perverted you are, bother. Don't make the mistakes I made. And we're ready to solder. Why do I have a 300-watt soldering iron? Because of that. And because of this. Reminds me of the old wives' tale about adding lead weights into gas tanks to prevent knocking. That may not have been a wives' tale. That was actually lead dissipating into the gasoline and causing it to become more stable at higher temperatures, preventing premature explosions. That's the reason that it was in gas. But then they never thought about the consequences. As an old guy that loves leaded solder, I'm not disagreeing. Yeah, if you're in contact with solder, like as a daily basis on your job, definitely look into the unleaded stuff. If you're an occasional solderer, I would be cautious to recommend that you would do anything leaded, just because it has repercussions. Like, we know lead is bad. Like, this, even if the old school electronics guys like their nice shiny pads to look cool, the modern formulations of lead-free solders are so much better than they used to be. All the old school heads were like, all right, I'll do this unleaded stuff. And they're like, ew, 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 it's bad. I don't like it. And so they bitch about it incessantly. And I know this because I had to listen to them bitch about it incessantly. And me thinking just like, dude, I love not having like a brain malfunction due to lead levels. Like, it's really cool that I don't get violently mad over nothing like a Mad Hatter. All right, so there may still be, yeah, see, that one's, look, all of them are moving except for this one. Oh, nope, then it fell down. All right, so solder reworking with old school stuff, old through-hole stuff is really nice. Oh, I got something in the mail too. I meant to show off earlier. I got some of these. These ones might be a little bit too small, but these are for repairing traces. I need to get a through-hole kit that has the ones that are this size, but if I ever need to repair traces, I saw a video of somebody repairing a connector using these guys. So you cut them down to size, and you kind of like, you can use UV glue to get them to kind of stick down to the board. All right, so there's this guy. I'm hoping that this thing was modular enough. Oh, geez, what were you? I need the information that was right there. God damn it. Hold on, where are my tweezers? The only issue I've ever had with lead-free is that it seems to explode. Easy that being say. What? I'll only solder with a respirator when I'm doing console fixes. Yeah, I mean, you give yourself the... I mean, I'm not using a respirator. I have a fan at my back. That's... Even that is, like, not good. What up, Wheezy? Wheezy Peasy? So, Alps, Japan... Really is no other good information on this thing? Is it behind this? Did they scratch it off? They scratched it off. Why would you do that? This was scratched off. Look at that. Come on. Right to repair. Freaking jerk-offs. That is something. Where's the new one? There it is. Messed up. That's messed up is what that is. That's for lead or unlead. I just don't trust it health-wise. Yeah, it's true. Back at it again. I've always been at it. Back on that time is money gig, Joe, aren't you? That's a They Might Be Giants sample cutaway. Not back on it, Joe. Still on it. Okay. Realize that the medium that you are singing this song to is text. I need something like little musical notes on either side. Because I don't know the song. I don't know the song you're referencing. I know, you know, people are like, damn, Bother's references are comprehensive. But I guess that was my old millennial crowd that knew all the same stuff that I know. And they've all gone on with their lives, including my IRL friends, to do things like raise kids or touch grass. I don't know, any combination of those activities. And so all the references everybody's making now, I don't know. Okay, so this is 50K. Sorry, you guys didn't see that. Yoink. Like, why scratch that information off when I've got it right here? It's good to use DLED wipes to wipe down stuff. I never do that just because I'm doing consumer stuff. I'm not seeing as much. Okay, so let's see how it progresses from 50K. That's linear. See that? What I'm watching is this bar down here. And so if I go down in the thing, it just do. I could give this linear volume control. Actually, I don't know how linear. Okay, so let's see a logarithmic for contrast. Is this one 50? Oh, so this might be 27K. This is 100K. So yeah, this isn't compatible. 100K and logarithmic, you say? Oh, hold on, I gotta perch properly. So 4 ohms, suddenly all the way up. And then I've got very little change up here. So if I go to the other side. Ah, damn it. Captain Caveman, a little bit. What was this catchphrase? Puppy power? No, that's the wrong one. Captain Caveman was on all the old school stuff, so I never really watched much. Yeah, well, that's by mandate. It's lead free. Okay, so I'm trying to get a readout on the logarithmic just to show you guys how it changes when you adjust. So that should be slower. Because see, when it gets up there, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. Yeah, that's way too fast on the upper portion. All right, logarithmic 100K is not what this is. This one is 50K linear. And there's something, you can hear something inside of it. Oh, it's this. It's the bolt rattling. That was 2006. This is the same year the LIN Bus 2.0 standard was published. Hey, you get all my references. I get most of them. I get most of them. I'm too TV brained. Used to watch way too much TV. As an absentee parenting tool. All right, so that's just going right straight into this thing. Did they identify it? No, P1. Why were they trying to keep this information from us? Do they know that this is the first thing to fail because it's the mechanical component of the device? And so they decided to scratch off the value? Because we literally see evidence of them scratching the value off of this thing. Oh, we need to make this into a D port, or I may just drill that. Or we could just force that on. No, it doesn't like that. Okay. These are modular, so we do have to take it apart. Let's take apart the logarithmic one because I don't need it. It was like $40 to do this fix, which is ridiculous. $20 for one of these things. You gotta be kidding me. It's too expensive. Audio stuff sucks. Yeah, the buzzer doesn't work, so it was deemed broken. Why do you think I have it? It was deemed broken because the buzzer doesn't work. It's my favorite. It's my favorite. I wouldn't suggest people go get the Fluke 179 because these things can cost like $300. The reason they cost $300 is, well, take it this way. My little story will tell you exactly why these things cost $300. One day, a sunspot hit one of the bits of the microcontroller, and the microcontroller went, ah! And that's it. The screen just went blank. Not a thing that typically happens with these. So what I did is I went on eBay, and I bought a Fluke 179 that had been in a fire. And I took it apart, and I put the circuit board in this one, and then, cool, ready to go. What do you need? So this thing is designed to take punishment, and boy howdy it has. I have this thing, I use it in my car, I use it here, I use it in festivals. This thing has been to as many festivals as I have, because typically when I go to festivals, I'm working, and when I'm working, it means there's a lot of crazy art projects, and they go, hey, Jess, you know Sparky stuff, can you fix this? And I go, I'll poke it with a multimeter, and then I end up fixing their art, their interactive art. Okay, so this is the logarithm. Actually, wait, we have to take this one apart anyway, so we might as well just take apart the dead one. We're going to take apart the dead one, and we're going to see how it works. But the Fluke 179 is kind of left in the past. An auto-ranging multimeter is a very nice thing to have. Auto-ranging means that it just switches the values on you. But yeah, that one being labeled broken is something that I quite enjoy. I like that. It's scrappy, and I like doing stuff scrappily. We do stuff properly on this stream, but again, like I'm somebody who's taken a mostly non-functional Jaguar XJ6 on a cross-country road trip with just the tools in my bin with a buddy. Oh, these are long. They're long boys. Neat. I need something more portable like that in my Tenma? Oh, that's a brand of, okay. Yeah, the Chinese multimeters are getting better. I wouldn't suggest you spend $300 on a Fluke though. And especially the 179, even among Fluke is obsolete. Oh, it was really in there. I'm an engineer and I need to hold something together. The humble E-clip. Oh, it's not an E-clip, it's just a pressure clip. Okay, so we got to get this thing out. This is just like a spring clip that holds the thing together. I've got a True RMS 86 that I inherited from my father. It's like 40 years old and it still works. That's awesome. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff you want. Need something more portable. I love my Fluke. Price point 90% of people don't need. Yeah. Never seen one of these pulled apart. Kind of excited. Huh. Well, you got just the time to do it. How are we going to get to this clip? How can I reach these kids? Really what I want to do is get behind it and just pop it out, but it looks like it's really on there. It looks like it goes all the way out to this edge. Can we? Oh, we can. Okay. Oh, that's much easier. That's so much easier. It's got little like potential to have like an optical wheel. Like why is this ring perforated like that? That's very strange. Okay, so giant clippy thingy that needs to be busted upwards. We have two of these, just in case I mess one up too bad. I guess the humble hammer might be the way for me to do this. If I just bop the end here with the hammer, maybe the rest of the thing will pop out, but then I'm trusting all of the rest of this thing to support the pressure that the hammer is going to be putting on it. Seems like it might be the only way. If I pry it, I'm doing the same thing. Physical clips. Oh yeah, maybe that's what it is. Maybe they can put like a ball detent in there and they'll make it clicky. Do you have a tiny watch repair hammer? I've got all kinds of hammers. Look at what I do. Of course I have hammers. All right, let's get the humblest of hammers that we have. This little guy right here. Yes. You will listen to what I'm doing. Okay, so we're not taking prisoners. Loosen the vise up so that the metal is sitting against metal. Go to this camera. Actually, hitting it flat won't necessarily release it. So I think we need a pin tool on this. I want to do this the right way because we're going to have to do it to the good one. Since the only ones that I could find don't have the D shape in the shaft, and I could potentially. No! Don't you dare spill out! Damn it! Okay, hold on. Sorry. Shit! Get back in. Get back in there. Get back in there. Find all of them. There we go. Okay. All right, pin hammers. But I picked it up by the top and the bottom fell out. Smart. Super smart. Super smart. I don't think my smallest soldiers. I think I need something in between, which may have fallen out. There it is. No, wait, hold on. See, some of these have that little nub in the end. Those are for the pin, like on the hammer here. But that's not what these are. I need a flat one that has... That's still kind of too big. I think I need this one. Oh, this one has a nub in the end, which is going to unseat it. But I guess I could make that work. Kinetic compliance, yeah. We have a set of tapering hammers. We've got bigger ones if this doesn't work. We need a larger hammer. That's not going to nearly put up enough force, and I don't want to bend my my pin tool, but it might happen. These kinds of spring clips are very nice for the manufacturer, but very annoying for us. Is there anything else holding this thing back? Doesn't look like it. It's just that spring there. I mean, like a press would be the better way to do this. And I do have a tool for motors that can maybe do this, but if this is certainly not doing the job. Yeah, I'm just putting a little nub in the back of this thing. Hold on, let me get that motor tool that I have. It's for electric motors. Might be the right thing. Might be the right thing for this. If I could find it. Hold on, it's in one of these drawers over here. Here, you guys look. Looking through all this stuff. It's not in there. Those are little hole punch tools. What did I do with that? I've got the tool for this. I bought it very specifically for this sort of thing. I didn't put it in here, did I? No. No. Not there. I wonder if I relocated it. Mighda, coulda, woulda. Coulda, shoulda. Shoulda, woulda. Oh, you know what? I think it's down here. I think it may be humbly placed in the big drawers. I don't see it. Come on, man. Aha! Wait a minute. It's not. Is that part of it? No, that's a different tool. I think that might be a bike valve tool. Here it is. So I got this thing that has these like tapered things and then like a pin press. So maybe we can remove it using this. So there won't be anything holding it together. Those are pins for the pin press. I think there was another plate somewhere, but I don't know where it is. Oh, and there's the handle. Okay, there we go. This is for like little electric motors, but it might be useful here. Later, Kervos. You got me beat on fun tiny tools. These tend to accumulate. This would be just what the doctor ordered, but I think it's too thick to get in there. I could do it from below the plastic, but then I'd ruin all the stuff beneath. How do you work with these frickin' things? How does this work? Like without breaking everything below it. I'm starting to think that putting this thing into the milling machine and just milling a flat on it is easier than this. What would be the correct equipment to do whatever you're trying to do? You'd order the right knob. These are not serviceable by the consumer. But if I could get around this clip back here and somehow be rid of this infernal clip, which this tool is pretty much the exact thing that you'd want to use. You'd put that thing on there and then this would hold that and then you just put pressure into it until it pops off. But that doesn't work either. And hitting it with a hammer from behind to try to undo the clip, not necessarily what I don't want to hurt this thing. I think we just have to machine a flat. I think it's going to be easier for me at this point to just take advantage of the machine tools that I have. So this is the one that we modify, and we're just going to cut a flat. Oh, the shaft is too long too. Yeah, that's another thing to cut. I'd be tempted to bend the fingers, then hammering the finger washer semi-flat to reuse. Yeah. Milling it would be easier. Milling it would be easier, but also... Oh. The fuck? The pin... Oh, no, the pin's in the right place. Never mind. Sorry, I was just holding it weird. I was like... And the pin's in a different place. No. It's all the same. Yeah, like, I mean, if Alps thought about this for more than 5 minutes, this would be completely user serviceable. If they put an E-clip on the back of this thing, it wouldn't put pressure down, which I think is what they wanted. But there's like a spring contact on this disc too, even though it's not doing anything technically. But if I get in there and bend these back, I can't really even get a tool in there. Learning about electrical stuff and cancer. Interesting. Look, I machined a little flat spot on the back of this thing. Crazy. Yeah, spring clips are some of the most annoying things, but they really should have just put like an E-clip on this, man. If I get pliers and I cut that, but then I won't have a means by which to hold this thing together. I do have E-clips. I could potentially put an E-clip on this thing, and that might hold the distance. It might not spring it down the way that they want it to be sprung down, but it would help us get into this thing and get this knob out, because I need a similar shape in the knob. Seems like Shit Audio went directly to Alps and had this, you know, specially done at just the right length and everything. Any metal that I could get in there is going to bend because of the strength of the clip, because I can't really get in between the two. Like right there, I kind of did, but there's no chance that I can bend this out in a way that'll pop it off. Talk about specialty tools, right? Yeah, if we bend these out, this thing will never be the same again, but it'll, well, they're so tight, I can't get in there. This one might be my in. Can't really get... Yeah, I don't want to ruin these tweezers. I like these tweezers. Well, I got to fix these tweezers. A little better. Okay, let's see here. Because I was trying with the screwdriver, thinking that I could just get behind it and it would pop. But no, that didn't work. I don't want to do it with a knife. It's going to blow up. If I mill it, I'm going to have to mill the length, and then I'm going to have to mill the D. But I guess if I got to do it, I got to do it. How can I get this into the machine clamps and then not have it spin all over the place? Because I'll need to take just a little bit off the top. Actually, I could do that with a sander. The Snap-on truck. Yeah, exactly. This is the one that I want to mimic. Actually, I could do this all with the belt sander, to be honest. If I grab the belt sander, but then I can't do it on stream. Use a needle to lift up the locking tab. The problem is there's a bunch of locking tabs. It's all surrounding it as locking tabs. Just use an angle grinder. Dremel could also do this, but dremeling would be a little bit more difficult. I think a belt sander might be the way to do this. It's just when I do belt sanders, I'm not doing it with you guys because it's loud and it's obnoxious. It's in the other part of the basement. Tiny seal pullers. Anything that I can get under there would break it. All right, let's use the internet. Let's see if we can solve this one by looking up a YouTube video. Okay, none of that stuff is going to stay there. I don't have a single open surface around me. And I really want this thing to be together by the end of stream. How much time do we have? It's going into overtime here, so maybe I round off the stream with this. But then we didn't repair the second. What was the second thing? My keyboard. My keyboard's still fucked up. I didn't know this would take so long. Remove spring clip. It's going to default to E-clips because those are so much easier to remove. That's the one. Okay, Bob. You're not that special. Take a chisel, cut one side, and then tear it off with pliers. Get a small jeweler's screwdriver and bend the tangs up to release it. Small screwdriver, push nuts. I remove them with a small pry bar. This is for automotive, though. Small flat blade screwdriver. Okay, so that's automotive. The automotive stuff is larger, but the idea is there. What the hell? What is that supposed to do for me? Yeah, these things are insidious. Evil devices. Evil, evil. So the prevailing advice is to get under it and pry it up, or to get under the little clippy thingies and pry them out, or to just break it. I will need it. I could potentially replace it with a couple different things. I don't know if an E-clip will have the depth that this does, because the way this thing works is by springing up against that, and then it makes the volume knob nice and tight. Small, tiny little screwdriver. This is about as small as I'm willing to get. Yep, this is an anti-repair device. Somewhat, at least. Can I get like the pin tool in there maybe and give it a yoink? Where's my yoink? Where'd my pin tool go? My tools, they're all under the... Why are they walking away? Come back to me, tools. I miss you. See, the thing is, I don't want to ruin any of my nice tools trying to get this thing off. Like, it's small. This is small. So small, in fact, that I have trouble getting a pin tool in there. The tool's just pieced out on me. I'm gonna head out. See ya. If you got one bent up, yeah, one bent up and I could get into the rest of them. What a surprisingly evil thing to have. If I could get this to like, because I don't think the hammer helped. I think the hammer pressed it down a little bit and it made these a little tighter. So I can't even get into the side of them. Like right there. Maybe you can suck it out. Maybe you suck. Oh, so you suck. I don't want to ruin a jeweler's screwdriver. What do I have in terms of tiny little things that are partially sacrificable? The hardened stainless steel blade of a scalpel. Obviously, I can get under it with that, but getting these pried a little bit up would be the goal. But the blade is just going to snap. I can guarantee you that right now. Even that's too thick. The minuscule blade of a knife. See, that's just going to break the blade now. Plus, it doesn't help at all because it'll force these in a little bit more. Actually, I think it would more damage these pieces there. No, I don't got my safety squints on. Hold on, I'm going to press it down a little bit. Try to set it back a little more. See, if I could get this under there, then I have a way to kind of break it out. Yeah, it's not really it's just like anti-us. And I do have to replace this because otherwise it's scratchy. Like the audio coming from the thing is scratchy. So I think my best bet is to just take the 50 kilo ohm one and just machine it. Machine it into doing what I want to do, which would involve getting the belt sander and removing a bunch of material from the tip. And then maybe using the belt sander to put a flat in one side. You guys don't understand. When you get down to this scale, the things that I'm trying to use to open this thing up are weak. They're very weak. So a sewing needle will blow up if I try to pry these things apart. I don't think deoxy is going to end the scratchiness. I think the scratchiness is caused from the physical wiper sitting on top of resistive material for too long and machining itself a little break in the material. Yeah, I thought hitting it with a hammer really strongly would force that through the metal, but they used a pretty crazy metal on it. Prying it away, I mean, here's something that I can try. Knipex to the rescue. My finch-nosed pliers. Maybe I can crush it into a weird shape. And once I crush it, it'll distort, and then it'll release the thing. Our fallback is the belt sander, so if I totally ruin this thing, fine. Everybody wants me to use a needle, but you guys have to understand the scale of this thing. This is very, very tiny indeed, and needles are just going to break. This is not a use case for needles. Now, all I want is the knob. I could break the plastic disc, push this thing down and get it away. I could just go in here. Yeah, the problem would be removing it from the one that I want to preserve. Oh, man, what an annoying thing. Cutting it with a wheel, cutting it with a pair of pliers, maybe. Like this gasket, I guess, has to go, and that's not going to be preserved on this one. But I'd need the gasket in the new one. Stretch yourself into another plane of existence, yeah. I saw the stretch dimension. It was good. I don't have much recourse on this because I can't really get a grip on it. Man. There's a Knipex plushie. That's kind of funny. Everybody wants merch. Gotta have that. People are like, when are you gonna get Bother merch? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm gonna do merch. I got like 50 people watching me. It's not merch territory. Did you try applying some deox and just run it down the shaft? I can feel where this thing runs into the problem. There's like a little bump. I don't think it's a deox thing. No, I'm just replacing the whole thing. That's it. I mean, if I pry it from down below... No, I can't. Disc is too big. It's like all this stuff was made just to mess with me. The other side is, yeah, it's just a metal plate. Basically, the spring clip is putting tension on all of the elements against this piece of metal here. It's forcing it together like that. So I can't get at anything from here. I don't have chisels. I don't have chisels. A sharp chisel would be nice. I don't have anything like a chisel. I got these crappy things. That's not going to do it. This will just break the tool, which we've done often. This disc is like pretty strong material, it seems. I mean, it's not great material, but it's just tight enough that I can't really get in there with anything. I can get the blade under. You saw that before, but all that's going to do is break my X-Acto or break my scalpel blade. Levering from under the plastic is a last resort, nothing to lose, and if you tried everything else. If I've tried everything else, I'll cut this thing, but I think machining the other shaft is the way to go. Because, yeah, that's bending. My blade's going to blow up. I can tell. And I can't get a grip with the Knipex, even though the Knipex have, like, an amazing ability to grip things. This is a conundrum. Wrapped in an enigma. Yeah. Fuck. Oh, I just bent up the big portion of it. There we go. We got it. We got it, boys. We got it. We got in. We got in. We got them, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, or did I? Oh, part of it was... Part of it... What? Maybe I didn't bend up any of it. Wait a second. Oh, hold on a sec. Let's see if it's big enough for the screwdriver to get into. That's our in. Don't do that. Don't put pressure on the other side of a thing that turns with a screwdriver that can very easily go into your skin. Come on, buddy. Now it's not irreplaceable. We're literally replacing it right now. We just want to see its metal, what it's made out of. Also, the shaft has some specific design to it that we want to, if we can, transfer it to the other one. I don't think we can. I think I'm going to have to machine the other one to comply instead of my idea, which is that these things are typically kind of modular. And so as such, usually in a sane design that doesn't use a freaking spring clip, we can get into it and replace its components because they're modular. But we've learned they don't like the consumer very much in Alps, Japan. Yeah, as I pry it up like this, it's creating more pressure on the shaft until it distorts. That's the problem right there. You saw that? I almost stabbed myself with a screwdriver again. So I got to get under this side now because this side's pried up a little. Careful now. They're Knipex pump maintenance pliers or something, or pump pliers. They're channel locks, which are sort of the alternative to vice grips. And they're tiny. They fit in your pocket real nice. and they grip well enough that you can do a lot of different maintenance stuff with them before they start breaking a sweat. Oh my God. Now I just want to get rid of this thing because it's fighting. I'm probably going to have to finish this repair on my own. Making a pouch for this tiny Knipex was my first ever leatherworking project. That's kind of cool. These fit in a 5th pocket. If you got jeans with a 5th pocket, these go in the 5th pocket really well. I don't trust them in the main pocket because they'll ruin whatever they're hanging out with, but they've got that like Finch nose, and then since they're channel locks, you can get a really good grip on really big things with it. So, pretty cool. You know how to keep us all in suspense? You guys are wearing suspenders? Dead. Now I could hammer that flat and potentially reuse it. How am I going to do this on the other one without damaging it? I don't know. I might end up doing it though. There's 2 more tiny Knipex. That thing was like, the one that I have is like $40 and I barely use it anyway. So there we have one piece of resistive material and you can see where it got scratchy. Well, maybe not. That's for one ear. Oh, okay, there it goes. See you later. And that, then this, and something similar, but with a slightly different design. Basically, you get all these little wipers, and I actually I'm going to keep these because I may use those for the clock spring if I have enough of them. With the clock spring, I just have a couple connectors on it. They're like pressure connectors. Jeez, why didn't that come out? Ow. So that contacts the wiper, and then the wiper goes across this material. And this material is where I had my scratches and my pops. What do you say? What do you say? Okay, so that's contact and a little bit of springiness. Now I could take this face and apply it to the new circuit boards, and we could just continue to use this. Oh, is that bent? Did I bend it through the hammering? Because like those springs right there are going to be tough to work with. So maybe we transfer this one over to the new electronics. Does that shaft already have a channel for a clip? Yeah, I may just replace these pieces. Hoping I get it right. I mean, is there any difference between the two? No, they're pretty modular. As long as they're facing the right direction, they'll both adjust the same. But so those are the old ones. They have little bits of wear. Perhaps what Lawn Dog was saying, to use a chemical on these might have refurbished them. But you can see some of the nastiness at the edges. It should be wire wound. That would be pretty expensive. In my opinion, it should be a Hall effect. But that's like mechanical. That's different. That's joystick stuff. I mean, multiple wipers should make it so that you don't really hear any crunchy noises as you go over the different materials here. But I don't care about these. These are the ones that were making noise. I'm not going to be careful with these. Yeah, this stuff scratches very easily. It seems a little better on this, actually. But usually this is pretty weak material. Seems okay. And then the bottom is just blank. So yeah, all that money I spent, and this is what's carrying the primary audio to my 2 headphones. To 2 speakers in my headphones. Crazy. It's whack. Okay, so now okay, drop that one on the floor, that's fine. Now I get to make a choice. Do I do the same amount of ultraviolence to this one and then use this tip on this body, which unfortunately you can't just take it out from the front. I need to release that insidious spring clip in the back. We did get to it though. We were able to do it. So maybe I'll, yeah, it seems like even though this is like majorly crunchy right now, I could just bop that in the back with a hammer and use a socket to put it back on. So let's try. Otherwise, I'm going to have to really scour the internet to find one that has the same front. These are expensive, man. These are like 20 bucks. I'm not even sure that they're actually from that company. If we're lucky, maybe this one has an E-clip. Contact cleaner is the ability to break down the glue that holds that substrate carbon material together. Well, this is the good one, so I want to be really careful with it. And since we now know what to do, it's got one of those. Look at that. It's got one of those and it looks pristine. Little bastard. Look at that. It's like in there to make fun of us. It's giving us the stink eye. What an ass. Oh, this still has this thing on. What are you talking about? Unsuck it. What are you talking about? Yeah, I was hoping that we'd get like an E-clip or something on there. We should be so lucky. Weird idea. Guys, I know what I'm doing. Can everybody let me be autonomous? Can you open up the other one from the other side? What? No, look, the shaft goes all the way through. Look. This is the design. You've got the shaft is being held onto the viscous material here with some clips. And then that shaft goes all the way to the back. There's no other way to release it. I can't get it released from this side. This is one piece of metal that goes all the way down. One big piece of metal. There is no swapping it out. And there's probably another one of those insidious clips in here too. But there's all kinds of grease in there too that I don't want to really get at. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this clip off with great effort and put the stack of material down on this, and it'll be brand new, and then hammer the clip back on using a socket. Now, with a little research, I could find another one of these, but with the right accessory. This is just really, really on there. And there's no chance to get into these. These are too small. Because, yeah, if you peel one of these out, you can go to the subsequent ones and peel it out with a good tool. But this is not, like, this won't go in here. It's even smaller than that. And at the size that this thing is, I don't think I can do any. That's going to break my knife. And then I'll have a knife tip sitting in there. I did get a little bit of a grip, maybe. Yeah, see how much squarer that tip of the knife is now? That broke the tip of the knife. And I'm telling you guys, when you get down to this size, the tools just don't have the strength to do what you think that they're going to do. What you guys think they're going to do. You have to be cognizant of that when you're working with things that are this small. Usually I treat potentiometers like they are modular, because for the most part they are. I'm not going to be able to grip that. Okay. Can I grip it with these from the tip? Because these go and taper down to the very tip. So perhaps I can get a pretty big, a pretty strong grip on them, and then I can start distorting it. 2x fart failure. Wait, oh, did farts? Oh, I unplugged it. We had a power outage, and so when this thing came back up, it didn't reconnect properly. So now that everything's booted up and ready to go, because the file server didn't turn back on when the power went out. So we're gonna wait. Okay, there's that. Now the farts are back. Sorry, everybody. I didn't notice people trying to redeem farts. Or maybe I did that just so that I could tolerate stream today and not get mad at everybody. I have to go in with the blade. I have to study the blade. Yeah, sorry. I know you guys. I saw some murmurs of comments, but it didn't. I didn't put 2 and 2 together. You guys got to tell me when it doesn't work. Contractually. Yeah, using channel points, you guys can make a physical fart sound in my shop, right next to me, because there is a device that I built that does that. Quite loudly, I might add. I mean, I'm ruining this washer. This washer's not going to make it out. Maybe I can get under that material. I can't. What the f... I like make a little drill hole, like right here. And I can get under it. I know that's a little extra work, but engineers have to do this all the time. They have to find the part that fit the durability that they're seeking. The reason that they use this one is because of that fluid thing in the front. There's a very viscous fluid inside of this one, and it gives it a premium feel. So the big design of all this stuff is one thing. It probably lasts a decent amount of time. This one lasted me, you know, since 2020. It's 2026. I mean, that's a significant amount of time for something that I'm adjusting daily. But I think the main reason that they use it is that it's got the big fluid thingy and it feels like it's expensive. Hopefully I'm not. Well, actually, no, I don't care about these threads. So yeah, let's tighten it down. Before the sound machine, the Redeem named Request Fart took a little bit longer to do the job. You don't know me. You don't know what I've eaten. You don't walk in my shoes. You know me. The gasket here is just completely sacrificial at this point. Oh, damn it. I don't want to pry too hard because I'm distorting the plastic when I do this. Oh, well, there it is. There's a break in the knife. Okay, so that one's dead. But I might have worked it enough that I can get a screwdriver under there. An army of Furbies would be quite a thing to have as a co-host. I have one Furby. Sits up on the shelf. One day, we will do something electromechanical with that Furby. We'll take it over, we'll make it an ESP, and I'll assign it to some such of a button that you guys can control. That's what we need right there. So that's our in. That's what I'm going to be able to grab with the Knipex and distort to do our bidding. And if this one survives, we'll use it. If the other one's the one we got to use, that's fine. There we are. Through the application of great brutality, we are able to accomplish our goals. There it is. That's all I needed. I got you. I think I have to roll it. Everything's looking okay below. Yeah, it looks okay. Okay. Please stop trying to remote pilot the streamer. They've got this. Albeit slightly more violent than they had hoped. This will be fine. God. Let me do this. Let me do my thing. Yeah, these clips are very evil. They're very, very evil. All right, we're gonna have to cleverly apply the screwdriver a little bit more. What's the product? It's a shit, what is it, Valhalla 2. They're on to the Valhalla 3. It's no longer Valhalla 2 is no longer the good one. They've done all these improvements that the Valhalla 2 I've had to deal with, like the ground wire hitting a transformer and causing humming. We fixed that. I want to replace the LEDs with blue LEDs. And then I'm going to, if I can get this freaking clip off, these are just straight up evil. But I, you know, before I actually sit down on my computer and listen to stuff tonight, like videos and stuff, I'm going to have to get this repaired. So there we go. Finally. God, is the new gasket going to go on the thing? I don't think so. I don't think we're going to have that gasket anymore. Okay, so now, ever so daintily, I'm going to very carefully remove this and put that in a special spot. I'm going to remove this layer. And again, very carefully, this one's looking crusty on the edges already. In a special spot. Remove this layer. Put that in a special spot. Remove this layer. These are getting harder to remove because this one's on there pretty good. I've got to be careful not to hurt it at all. And then because we kind of cut up this tip here, it doesn't like to come off of this part. Which one is less destroyed? This one. Jeez. I'm literally just prying up on this thing. Got to make sure that my fingies don't accidentally kill the wipers. Go. Get that from over there. So much stuff in a tiny package. I get that a lot, yeah. Any other layers? Where'd the other one go? Oh, this is the one. This is the one. Yeah, no more layers. We're all the way down to the metal. So now we get the one that fits, which is right here. And then this goes down first, all the way down, and it kind of has a couple little guides that keep it in place. This goes on top of it, facing upwards. The real thing would be if I assemble this thing wrong. Actually, the volume knob doesn't have any features. Oh, it does actually. So I want that to face up, and up is the opposite of where the D thing is. So I actually had a 50-50 chance, and I got it right. Yeah. We're having a good time. Having a good time. Ow! That was very sharp, whatever just poked me. Oh, this thing just falls through, so I guess I could put it on the other one if I wanted to. That's fine. We're going to keep it on this one. It's just this one is so tight-fitting, it's very annoying to get on. Go on. See, if I push it down like this, it's going to break into my finger. Hurt me. I don't want to get injured. I don't want to get injured. I want my volume control to work and not get injured by it. Let's hear. I'm going to close this almost to the end. Then I can push down on it with a hammer. Yeah, you can't help but let that thing through. Let that thing. Okay. Little application of Unga Dunga. And that fits together like that. And those make contact there. And we get our wiper that goes through the wrong way. Uh-oh. Might have gotten it wrong. Hold on. Thinking about this. Was the axe drop on the other side? I can't see it. I can't see it. It's inside of there. Well, that goes into this. And the limiter is... Oh, no, that is the correct way then. Because this goes here. It feels scratchy. I don't like that. I don't like what's going on here. Probably this isn't seated enough. Yeah, there it was. There's that premium feel. It wasn't seated far enough down on the thing. So with that said, yeah, that's working properly. And it's got the stop on each end. I know it's the shit box for what needs refurbishing. There were scratches as I would adjust volume. This is the good one. Okay, you can tell by the lack of wear on it. I don't know what was causing the scratches because I see very similar wear in the tracks of the potentiometer itself, but there were scratching and popping as you adjust volume. Little metal spring tension wiper. I'm using the good ones. I'm not using the ones from the old one. These are new. And they were always associated with this hardware. Okay, so that's fully in and tightened. And I'm going to see if I should do an E-clip on this instead of... Oh, wait, what's going on here? That's wrong. Gotta be careful of those. Okay, there we go. Jeez. So the debate is whether or not I should use a spring clip like it originally had, you know, just bob this with a hammer and put that back on, or I could try to put an E-clip on it. Let me get my E-clip kit. Mine does that, and we've lived with it for years. Maybe I should try to clean it. You could also try to buy the correct potentiometer, but you got to find one with the D-shaped shaft and all that other stuff, depending on what version you have. I should probably send shit an email and say, hey, I got like the crappy one back when we got these checks. I also happen to have a little show. Maybe you want to send me a new one. It'd be nice if they would do something like that, because every now and then you run into companies that are like totally cool with that kind of thing. Like, yeah, sure, we'll just send you another one. Like, whoa. Because, yeah, there's so many problems with this one that could have easily been rectified, but I don't know. Could have easily been solved early. And a lot of it is like when you go to manufacture something, everything kind of changes. Is that going to work? Oh, that might work nicely. It might have been the original design of this potentiometer, and then they decided to make it completely anti-consumer. Now, E-clips are funny because they'll blow up and they'll fly all over the place. You got to really position yourself correctly in order to get one of these things to snap in. I would have probably just cut the shaft and drilled a round hole into the knob with some thread lock or something. I mean, you could do that, but why wouldn't you want to do things correctly? That's not going to put pressure on any of this. That might cause more scratching. Yeah, it's a little loose. I don't like it. That's going to fall off. Okay, that doesn't work. E-clip was a bad idea. I mean, a smaller E-clip would probably be too small. Let's just investigate. Oh, God. Having a whole set of E-clips sitting half off of the desk is maybe not the best idea. Oh, bother. No, those aren't going to work at all. Okay, never mind. I do have circlips as well. And a circlip might actually work too. I bought these two kits of E-clips and circlips because I hate them. I hate them, and I never want to use them, but you have to sometimes. Let me see here. Where is my circlip collection? Oh boy, we need to organize around here, you guys. You know, it's not my fault, but things have gotten kind of out of hand. Hard to find stuff when things are too disorganized. So you guys see me organizing stuff all the time. And it's never enough. It's never enough. It's not there. I'm just going through stuff that's on my shelves back here. You guys don't need to see that. Okay, I don't know where the circlips are, so I'm just not even going to bother. We're going to refurbish this spring clip and then snap it back on so there's tension holding the whole thing together. Real, yeah. That's how it is. All right, so the easiest way to do this is just to crush it in the vise. And then actually, if I want to preserve that lump in the middle, I could have used the vice's open spot right here. That would have been a good idea. Is I put the center in here and then crush the rest. But whatever, now we have it flat. Let's see if it still looks like a spring clip. Which is less destroyed. I think the new one, that one's looking pretty good. So I'm going to get a socket, and that'll let me shove this thing back down. Probably that one will do. Maybe I want to crush it a little bit more, get those edges down. Or we could put it back on this way, and it'll just be kind of busted, which isn't that bad. Here, I'm gonna put it in the center part of the vise and just crush down. Maybe that won't work. Actually, that part of the vise might do just right. I don't think that's going to do it, but if I don't move very carefully, smoosh. I could make the bump in the end by hitting it with one of my pins. I don't know what I'd hit it onto. Maybe a screw hole that's the right size. And I just bop it with one of these pin tools. I can recreate the nub. Let's find the pin tool. Hold on. I'm going to grab the pin tool. I'm doing my best. I got to do right by this thing. Make it back into what it was. It's just a shadow of its former self. Where are my moderately sized pin punches? There we go. Is that the right one? That's a little too big. It's like the in-between sizes I just don't seem to have. All right, this one. Yeah, that'll do. That'll punch it into 3 dimensions just a little bit. Striking coin. And then I need something that will provide me with like a piece of steel with a hole in it. Hold on, I got weird scraps that I can find. Weird scraps, I got plenty of. Probably something with a hole in it. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, that'll do. Maybe not, maybe that's the wrong thing. That'll do. I don't know if aluminum is going to be quite the right material, but that's what I got. Oh, I have another one of these plates? I didn't know that. This should go with my 80/20 stuff. Got a 6-hole plate. Okay. I'm just going to use the motor mount. The things you get into, repairing things. So position that over the hole. Step 1. Step 2, put some of your tools away, you friggin' slob. Everybody's judging you. Step 3, find the pin tool that you got previously. Oh, there it is. Step 4, position. And then give it a bop. Well, that got it to be 3D, but it also blew up the edges. But I think I can use the socket, pop it back down, and I think we've kind of remade, very sloppily, our spring clip. Now I could probably put it in a vise with a washer. That would be the other way to maybe do that. In a vise with a washer would probably flatten the edges and allow that to kind of bulge out. But I think we're in the right place. I like seeing how people do different things. Well, apparently you're the only one, and everybody else in chat likes to remote pilot a human being every now and then. You know, just get a mech game and play a mech game. Because I've had people telling me what to do all stream. And here we are with a successful, well, not quite yet, result. This needs to be a little bit more narrow. Well, that might do. Let's just give it a bop and see what happens. It could go a little further down. Yeah, everything's still loose. I want this to be a little bit more narrow. I need something more narrow. So the socket's not gonna, that's not it. That's not it. That's not the plan. Yeah, it'll break if I smash it too much. Exactly. That's why I'm trying to get it to form fit a little bit better around. Art and the, what? No, it was Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Repair would dictate that this was made by a human, but I don't think it was. This is made by a machine that we can't really mimic too well. This is a Dremel part, and I think it does just, yeah, that's exactly what we needed. Yeah, you guys have lost the bother listening to your advice privilege. Bother's on his own. Lo and behold, Bother has succeeded in his task. And it was good. And it was a little loose. Oh no, that's just the body. I gotta hold it by like the metal. Yeah, that's good. All right, now where's the good back? Here's the good backing. And 2 screws. And we've eviscerated one, transferred its innards over to the new one, so that this thing will function properly. Now, that's not to say that I'm not going to hear scratching with it. Watch this thing gets back together and somehow I've caused it to still be scratchy. That's the fate that I toy with, being this mechanical with this thing. We tried, but Bother succeeded anyway. You know, it feels a little bit less viscous than... No, I guess it's about the same. I guess it's about the same. Where's the one that we didn't destroy? This one, yeah, this one feels harder to turn. It's about... It's a hiccup. It's about the same. Was the resistance to the donor trim pot the same as the original? I think they were more viscous because they're new. Yeah, like this is a little bit more tough to spin. This has lost just a little bit of the viscosity over the years, but it still has a lot. It still is difficult and it's very deliberate where it lands. So I would have liked to have a more viscous new one, but that would have been a lot of machining. And actually, if I wasn't Oh Bother, I would do this with machining. I would just go get a belt sander or a Dremel and very carefully make the flat and then cut down the front and chamfer around the edges. That would have been a much easier operation. You just have to make sure that you're being careful with it and that you're not spinning this with your power tools, right? And then you have that to the right length. It's what people did with Radio Shack knobs. You'd buy those potentiometers at Radio Shack and they'd have a friggin' like 6-inch long shaft. You cut that with a hacksaw and then you sand around it. They have the same value of resistance, yes, of course. That's why we had to tear up this one instead of the linear one, or the logarithmic one. Would have been interesting to have logarithmic volume control, although I think they probably do that via electronics in this thing. All right, so I gotta hold this in place, get the iron to turn on, and then I'll solder one of the legs using all 3 of my hands. throw a meter on it before you go any further? Nah. Yeah, probably should. Just to make sure that it actually does potentiometer things after all that. I think I got it together all right. What? Do you guys remember when I said, hey, let's work on the logarithmic one instead? The logarithmic one is not going to survive this process, and we are now going to take apart the 50 ohm one. I wanted to preserve it because I was going to cut it down, and then we discovered that I can actually completely refurbish the thing at the cost of one very distressed spring clip that we now have to undo again. Nah, I was just working too quickly and I didn't realize. I gotta be careful of the threads on this one. So I'm not gonna tighten that down, but I'm just gonna use this to kind of hold it in place. So let's get all of the pot parts that I don't want together. These are all spares. And we are simply going to take that one and transfer it over to this one, because I screwed up. And actually the hammering that we were doing wouldn't have done it either, because that thing is kind of like, well, it's not locked in. I guess it does come out. So hammering on the back of this, maybe that would have worked, but it is better that we just kind of like twist it out. Oh boy. I may have to do this off air tomorrow and just kind of slum it out with the headphones that I have today. Will these help me? I kind of don't want to ruin the edge on these, but actually they will. These are for cutting. So they have a very sharp tip that I'm now putting against metal. But that actually worked really well, probably because this thing was already distressed. And if I have to spend 20 bucks on another pair of these, then so be it. These are for working with very small wires. Making a logarithmic and linear hybrid with one plate. Why would I do that? They're resistance matched. One's a right channel and the other's left channel. Why would I do that? What's wrong with you? Yeah, this one is already kind of like, kill me. So we can easily get this one out of here. You have to kill me. Please. Jeez. It really holds on. Those are nice. What are you talking about? Nothing about that type of clip is nice. That was invented, was forged in the fires of hell by Satan himself as a means by which to make me frustrated and render a little bit of hell on this good green earth. It is an evil device with malice and hatred. I could actually use the puller here, to be honest, to get this thing off of the shaft, because this thing kind of puts up a bunch of resistance because we kind of messed that end up a little bit. Yeah, this is where the puller would actually use it as a puller. The tool. Nope, I can't. Doesn't fit around the plastic. Never mind. Eats our clips. And then he's going to eat me. Oh my God. Okay, so this. Okay, how can I hold that? That's not working at all. I'm trying to be gentle in the plastic. I have become the tool. The problem is the human hand is not a piece of metal. Yeah, and so as I do that, my hand is like gripping it all weird. This is going to take a little longer. They're like shark bite fasteners for plumbing. I've never used those. Jeez. Okay. That's all logarithmic shit. So now we actually have to take this one apart. So we're just trying to basically fit the right size piece to the front here, but everything is a big sandwich, and it all rests on that spring clip, which is an evil device. So now I need to pry a new one out. As we pried them out, they become weaker. They're not holding on as well, which is fine for our purposes, because, I mean, there's no real scenario where I could imagine somebody pulling on that knob and having the whole thing get eviscerated. Human hand is not metal yet. Not. That one died out pretty quickly, didn't it? Not. Just saying not to whatever you were saying. We think 6-7 is dumb. You have no idea. We were forged in the fires of Mount Dumb. We have nothing to hold against those kids. I was there, Gandalf. When we said not and thought it was funny, we wore Umbro. I hate springs and clips. That is the most milquetoast take I think anyone could ever have. I can't believe it took apart the wrong ohms, stupid piece of shit. Oh my god, Willow's really doing long strings of barking. I think there are probably friends outside that she wants to see. And usually I would be done stream by now, although technically I go till 5:30. I go to 5:30. Not was way better than 6-7 or mid. I don't agree. I don't agree. All right, how can we do this one? If I can get a grip on it, I can wrench it backwards and then peel it up. Oh yeah, I hear a dog barking at our door. It looks like I'm betting that all the neighbors are outside because it's a really nice day. It's nice and cool here, which is a very short season. Yeah, I hear the little frou-frou dog barking. I have a neighbor who's was an engineer, and he's got this little frou-frou dog, and Willow is best friends. Not really. It's more that we just talk about engineering stuff, and the dogs just kind of tolerate us. That Rigol oscilloscope is it was a total ripoff. I should not have bought it. Oh yeah, this is maybe we put a new blade on this. Treated you well. I'm considering getting an MHO 900. So this is a DHO 914, and I bought it when it first came out. Mistake number one, for many monies, not few monies, many monies, and those many monies have depreciated very quickly as this becomes a more popular or established scope. And I spent almost $1,000 on it, and it's worth like $600 now because it's not new anymore. I'm very sad about that. However, the scope has treated me quite well because for the longest time we wanted to include the scope image on OBS. What I can do right now, assuming my buttons work, yeah, I can have this up here at 60 FPS because it is just a site on the intranet. It's just like a Rigol dot, like whatever. There's like an intranet site that it starts that has all of the display on it. And if you are actually in like an office remoting in to your oscilloscope, you can click on the screen and you can change all the touch screen stuff, all the buttons that are accessible by the touch screen. It's basically a tablet that's attached to a bunch of buttons and a, an analog to digital thing. I love it. It's actually really, really good. I really like my scope. 600 or 700. Soul leaves my body. But like I said, we got, careful. We got nothing on them kids. We were more embarrassing than they were, or equally embarrassing. Yes, it is running Android, which means that it takes literally 58 seconds to boot. And that's not like the Canadian to boot, like, you know, oh, to boot. No, it's that, I mean, to boot up, it takes 57 of my life on Earth. Ugh, I hate these things. These little bastard clips. If only we could get in here or here. While the knife will get in there, it'll also just break the knife. So. No, I haven't. What does hacking the firmware get me? Because this one is the one with Logic, with the Logic probe, but the Logic probe is $400. So I haven't bought the Logic probe. You can get the chips that do LVDS and make a PCB for them, and I'm planning on doing that. I just haven't gotten around to it. At some point, that'll be our Fusion 360 sponsored stream, is making the LVDS board. What I plan on doing, and the reason they use LVDS is so that you can get really high speed logic sniffing, like out here where you're working, instead of having to put it right up against that thing. So LVDS is a differential signal that goes all the way back to those pins, and then you would have a box sitting on your desk where you plug in all of the things you want a logic probe. There's no way we were that embarrassing. I can assure you we were. Those are just facts. You can hack the 914 to be a 924S. What does that get me? It's higher frequency, right? That's fascinating. The hackability of Rigol is sort of an awesome thing because basically the big customers, the companies and you know, engineering, like professional engineering stuff, will want the scope to be calibrated, and so they'll buy all of that stuff because it's cheap to them in order to have those functions, whereas the consumer, it's prohibitively expensive for us to buy those directly from Rigol. So Rigol just doesn't give a crap about us hacking our scopes to have those features. Basically, you get a code from them and you can unlock that feature. It's kind of cool. Signal generator. Hello. That might be useful. Whoa. I hate it when it does that. You can do Bode plot. Oh, maybe I'll want to do that at some point. What does it take on this one? Is it just like a code unlock, or do I have to do something crazy? You have to remove the idle and put a bag of sand in its place just at the right time in order to change your scope into a different scope. If I'm lucky, this will be up far enough that I can get a grip on the edge. This sucks. This sucks. Nope. Need a little bit of a pry. Yeah, sometimes there's online tools that you put a code into and it generates the unlock code. Ay, ay, I gotta keep doing the knife. I can't believe I did it to the wrong one. I didn't know if what I was doing would be wholly and entirely destructive, and that ohms check at the very end is what got me. It didn't get me, it fixed it, it corrected the mistake. Yeah. There's a Python script to generate activation codes. I see. Okay. You don't have to do all this research. I'll do the research. Don't worry about it. Ah, same break. I'm using old blades. We could not be embarrassing to such a wide audience because we didn't have the internet. That's true. That is true. Ah, I knew it would happen. We got blood? Yep, we got blood. Damn it, I knew that would happen. And I said it would happen, and then I did nothing to prevent it from happening. Shit. Did this to myself. And your finger has more nerve endings than any other part of your body. Streamer down. We've drawn blood. Ah. What fucking happened? How bad is it? Oh, it's down further. Okay. That's not typical. Diabetes has the edges of my fingers here nice and calloused, and I haven't been playing piano. I haven't practiced it in like 20 years. Okay, so it's a minor bite, but it's on a kind of a major area. Yeah, that's a minor bite. Okay. We're drawing blood in my... Oh, that's right. You're actually dealing with blood. I deal with blood a lot. I have high iron in my blood, so they literally extract an entire bag of blood from me every couple of months. They take a whole bag of blood, and they look me directly in the eye, and they say, "Oh, bother, your blood, it's garbage." And then they throw it in the trash. They just drop the bag in the trash, and I'm crying. I got tears streaming down my face. My blood's good. It's the only blood I got. I said, "No, your blood sucks. Fuck you." And they kick me. And that's the American hospital system. No, I have high iron levels in my blood, so they have to extract 500 Gs of it. And so my arms are all torn up from that. I have been reluctant to schedule another appointment just because I don't want them to give me the junior nurse that hasn't really done anything yet, and then they'll ignore me when I say, "Hey, that's a bad place. My veins are like deep down and they're all scarred and shit. You gotta move up. Might not be as fast, but..." And they go, "Okay," and then they try that spot. And I'm like, "Thank you for listening to me." Not. And then we all laugh and we laugh. And the toaster laughs. And I shoot the toaster. Sorry, I'm losing my mind as I go through this. Slowly but surely, this thing capitulates and fewer neurons fire in my brain. It has been 0 days since last incident. We get less than minutes. That timer needs milliseconds on it. I don't want to bend the pins down, so I got to be a little careful. Alps is on my shit list for this. Using this, use an E-clip like any other evil overlord does. I'm willing to work with E-clips. Whoever invented this type of fastener is a dick. Fuck you. And then this thing doesn't go in because it's too big. Oh, this would have been great if I could get that in there, because then I can actually just push down on the shaft instead of the whole ensemble. Jeez, we're going to refurbish that one. Actually, see, this one has just the right size opening. Knipex sponsor. The only reason I was able to do this in the first place, yeah. Just gonna get that started. Then bum finger, okay. I'm holding the blood in for now. These have little ball ends in it. They're made for a different kind of, it's like a little like spring clip that holds stuff together. And then you use one of these and the ball centers it so that when you smash it, it'll pop out that pin. That's why I bought these, but they're useful in all kinds of other places. If Knipex makes a hammer, I'd buy. I like the hammers I have. They're just kind of old school wood shop kind of hammers. The other ones are brass. But all right, so this is our refurbished clip. It still looks a little bent. No, it's pretty good. That should work okay. And then this is our 50 ohm pot that we now get out of here and we replace with the D shaft here. Steady as she goes. You. And this one puts up a fight. Mostly because I sort of harassed this by peeling that clip off. Close up of what? Of my finger? Smell my finger. It's a little chewed up. I'm gonna have to wash it when I'm done here. Of the clip? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, look at this now. This is a lot more involved than I thought it would be. I think machining it probably would have been a little kinder. I mean, this turned out pretty good. It's just a little bit bendy on the edge there. But ultimately, having those tools was lucky. Lucky. Oh, my lonely star. Yeah. I don't think I trust any of this stuff to hold properly. If I had like a split plate, we'll do it like we did before, like this. I just gotta watch all these little spring pieces in there that I don't damage anything. Of course, that fell on the floor, of course. Okay, it fell on the floor and it vanished. Ridiculous. There's a microcontroller down here. Here's the other plate on the old one. Put that back over there. This goes up here. This can go over here. None of those are the wiper that I dropped. Oh, here it is. On the shelf. Doink. Why does everything vanish when it falls on the floor? There's a lot of kinetic energy between your workbench and the floor. That usually facilitates some travel. Okay, so this plate to the new one. I'm putting all the old stuff in a specific spot. All the new stuff is right here. Split, good. This goes on with the thing outward, like so. Just like so. Okay, and then this goes down opposite of the D portion. So the D faces down so that the dot faces upwards, like that. And then it goes this way. Blockchain! Hey, thank you so much for the medical bills when my finger gets infected. Yeah. Thank you, Blockchain. Sincerely. No, I actually sincerely. That's correct. Okay. And now I'm going to push it through like this, and it's going to poke a hole in my thumb. Do 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 do. And tippy taps. Tip 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 tip. Tip 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 tip. There we go. All the way to the bottom. Like that. Yes, good, good. Okay, so like that. And then we drop this guy on top. I wonder why they reinforce this with metal. Maybe shielding. But it's not grounded. Strange. Okay. And then this. That. And this. So that the wiper wipes, so the dot faces up like that. That one's a much easier fit. And then what's left of the washer, the crusty gasket. And then this goes in here loosely because I don't want to damage the threads. Just enough that it's just barely bunched up. And then we get our spring clip, the evilest of fasteners, and our spring clip tool, which is literally just a Dremel head that I have sitting around. What's the gasket for? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they didn't want the metal directly against it. The plastic. Tippy taps. That was not tippy tappy enough. That didn't do it this time for some reason. Did it push out? It probably pushed it out down here. Yeah, it did, just a little bit. So I need it actually to be up against something solid. And then we tippy tap this part. Actually, you know what would be a good tool for this? Oh, never mind. That worked perfectly anyway. Nope, too much play in it still. Wait, double check. Seems okay. There's a little play in the plastic here, but that could use a little bit of cajoling. And I got just the tool for it, and that's this other piece. If it'll survive, because I don't need it. I certainly don't need it. There, that's only pushing on the parts that I need it to. There we go. Yeah. All right, so let's see. Let's put the back on it. The one that says 50. Yeah, 50 Ka. Screws back on. I'll put it on the multimeter again and realized I used the wrong thing. I have other styles of clips, but nothing that's small enough. And we tried to use the E-clip on it and it didn't work. Didn't work. Fell off too easily. Yeah, the discarded part is a perfect press tool because it fits the shaft exactly in the way that we need it to. Although, actually, to be honest, no, it doesn't, because it probably pressed down on the spring elements, which, I mean, those are the things that are gripping the shaft, so I guess you do want to press down on those. Whatever, I'm not going to think about it too hard. The more I think about it, the more existential panic will sneak into my brain. Yeah, if I actually manage to make the log linear pot, I will not be happy about it. Good feel. Good feel. Let's check 50 ohms. And then we'll check the wiping action. And then I'll put it in. Which, don't take any of that out of context. We're going to wipe, then we're going to put it in. Wipe my log. Make sure it's linear. 47. Good. How can I position this? Just like that. Now, if there's scratching or not, I'm not really going to be able to know. I don't like that. I think that's just my grip on the thing. Yeah, there we go. Ugh. All right, my probes aren't the best. Calling it a ring clip. Spring washer came up with the right thing, but, you know, because there's a little bit of mechanical springiness to it. I can't fully test this with these. I do have alligator clips. I'm too lazy to get them, and you're seeing the result of that right now, which is that I struggle instead of actually going and getting the thing that works. This whole stream has been incredibly innuendous. The problem is that I don't know when I'm making these innuendo, and sometimes I lean into the joke and sometimes I don't. And sort of the mix of that keeps everybody on their toes. And so they don't know if Bother's actually being serious about all the innuendo that he's saying. And so if I accidentally say it, I just take credit. I need 5 hands. 500 hands. All right, recalibrate, come on. Okay, I think that works. I think I've seen enough of that. Feels good. Hopefully it doesn't scratch. I don't think I'm going to change out those LEDs. I don't really think they do anything in the first place. Making them blue LEDs would be fun. I really need to do that. And change out the vacuum tubes too, the big tubes. The big tubes probably need to change. I think they've been in there the longest, and this one looks like it's on its way out. So I will swap the big guys. I have plenty of spare tubes, so these have, I mean, to be honest, I could call it for all of these pots. They've done their tenure. But the GE Long Life seem to still be in good spirits. I'll take a look at one of them. All right, so solder, and then make sure it's flat on here. It seems to have a lot of wiggle room, so just got to make sure that it's going in properly. Yeah, it seems like it's not quite seated. So just one pin as an anchor so that you can press it up against there. And now That part's mounted, so let me get the one on the opposite end. Okay. Does that look all right? Looks crooked. Still crooked. I should probably just fit this in and see if it fits. I think that's good. Pretty flat on there. This is just unga bunga soldering. I should probably power this up and test it before I put it all back away, but these caps are so big that I just don't want to do that. So I think I'm just going to put it all back together, and then I'll fire it up later in the evening and put the headphones on and just crank it and see if I hear any scratching. How are these doing? These are looking pretty tight. I wish I'd gotten the 4 of these sockets, because these are nice spacers. Oh, these are actually an adapter to use the GE Long Life. So these change the pinout so that you can use different triodes. You are doing good entertainment today, except the Borbu. Nice Borb. It's doing okay. It wasn't that much of a screwdriver puncture. It was a flathead puncture, though. Those are rough. And my hands are kind of greasy, so it's not sanitary. These are not adapters, so those fit right in. Okay, so the LEDs we can do real fast. That does not take a lot of time. Actually, wait, are those 3 mils? Yeah, those are the same. My sense of scale is distorted working on all this stuff. So I could just pluck these using the big iron. Pluck. This one. Maybe I should pay attention to how they're marked. They got a pin 1 marking. I think they're using SparkFun parts in their. They might be using Fusion Eagle, because that LED symbol looks familiar to me. I know a lot of them are the same, but this one has all these extra lines in here. That looks very familiar to me. It feels like they might be using Fusion Eagle. I should apply for a job. Hey, you want to pay me to make circuit boards? That never works. The people making the circuit boards, it's such a cool job, and they're always like, you don't want this job. And I go, yes, I do. They get paid to like make cool circuit boards. It's better than that. They always hate themselves in their job. ASMR, desoldering. ASMR, desoldering. Those tubes look nice. Yeah, they're pretty nice. It's just the one tip of the silver stuff is fading, which I think is an indicator that the tube is not as good as it could be. I've got more. More fun to work on. Yeah, I guess if you jobify your hobby, it can become torturous. But I've done that, and I don't hate it. So I guess I'm working on my own stuff. Maybe that is just the secret sauce. Try the solder sucker on this. Stubborn little hole. There we go. I think it's more like time constraints are probably worse if you do it professionally. You know, because a lot of the weird design things that I want to correct take time, and a lot of like the reason that you see this stuff in a circuit board is because it works just fine with the traces all funky like they are over there. It works just fine. So why spend your whole day, you know, making it pretty when you can make it work? So that's probably what informs a lot of circuit board changes like that. Yeah, electronics repair shops are not as common of a thing these days. So the flat spot opposite of the toilet. When you're trying to figure out which is the anode and cathode, I was going to say try to sex your diodes. Have sex. Okay, anyway, that was Morbius era memes. There's a flat spot in the side of the LED. But I generally don't consider I don't really look for it. You can see right there, there's the flat spot. The flat spot is on the cathode, which is the minus. Anode A plus C minus, anode cathode. When you're looking at your LED to see which one is the anode and the cathode, you can't trust a whole lot. But these days, if you're looking at these through-hole LEDs, you can see there's like an airplane toilet, which is where the LED resides, and that is typically the negative leg. But I'm looking for the flat spot because the actual silk screen of the circuit board has the flat spot in it. The length of the two leads will also tell you which one is the anode and cathode, but you don't trust that. The first thing you do is cut the leads when you put these things in, so after you solder it. But anyway, the toilet bowl is typically negative, so you can see in there's like an airplane toilet. That's where the LED is sitting, and it typically sits on negative. I've seen it the other way once, but yeah, okay, anyway. So flat spot in this case, because the silk screen is a flat spot on it. So there's the flat spot there. Flat spot's the short leg. So now I know that I can put the long leg up here, and then you can position the short leg. The reason that they're two different lengths is not to identify which is the anode and cathode. The reason there's a long and a short leg is so that you can seat the LED in more easily. There you go. That. And since I need to, if I flip this, it's going to fall through, so I'll just keep it suspended like this. Yeah, old school LEDs are fun. New school LEDs are cool too, but you need a microscope. Have sex. What a weird movie that was. Sony making weird movies. It's like Morbius was just bad. It wasn't like funny bad. It didn't have, when Sony does a bad film, it's like insufferable. It's not funny. I wish they could do more funny bad than insufferable bad. And it's also hard watching Jared Leto. I don't consider that fun. Why you not go? Oh, there it goes. Okay, and this one from here. We'll go back to the microscope in just a sec. Madam Web, I heard was bad, but I'm just not even going to touch Sony Pictures bad movies. It's just it's just full of products. Like, what's going on? Why does he have a Sony Vaio? What's going on? This is ridiculous. No, they're gonna have different ratings. But what that means is that there's probably gonna be less current going through the blues, so it'll be even more subtle. And I didn't even see orange inside of the case before, so the blues are gonna be doing almost nothing. What are we repairing? Shit. Audio. Valhalla 2. It's the tube amp. They're big crazy tube amp. We're gonna replace 2 of the tubes too, just because it's their time. They've been working for over a year. They've been working for several years. They really should have been dead by now. So, flush cutters. Both flush and flush cutter alike. There were also a couple of things that needed to be changed on this. We needed to change out the volume knob because it was getting scratchy. And the old plates looked a little bit rough, but they didn't look like they were causing scratchy. So I hope that fixed my scratchy problem. We had to go through hell in order to do that because the replacements I bought had a different shaft on them. And in order to get that off, we had to undo probably the most evil type of fastener ever created by mankind, which is the kind that gets pressed down onto something and springs into it. So we had to deform it and peel it off and then get all the layers out of the old one, get the new one, put all the layers onto the shaft of the new one so that it had the same shape and the volume knob would work on it. We could have drilled out the volume knob. We could have machined the shaft of this. That puts it under a lot of stress if you can't lock it down properly, which I wouldn't have been able to do. I could have used a belt sander. Dremel would be the other option to cut off the tip, and then something like a belt sander or a milling machine in order to flatten this out. But you got to be really careful that you don't harass the rest of your electronics when you're doing it in order to avoid undoing that spring clip. What we did is we struggled with it until I poked myself in the finger with a screwdriver, drawing blood, and we were able to correct that finally. So now, new innards with the old shaft. We cut the ground lug that was superficial because it's got a ground pin. It's on its through-hole holes. It has a ground pin. And for some freaking reason, Shit Audio decided to leave this tab here, and it came into contact with this transformer and caused buzzing through my whole audio system. So that's corrected. I changed the LEDs to blue for no reason. That didn't need to be corrected. What was the third thing that we were doing? I don't know. There was a third thing. I'm going to replace the two tubes that are old too. We also cleaned it up quite a bit, although there's still scratches. I'm going to need to get something stronger on this. What a piece indeed. Yes, sure. So that slides in like so. And then hopefully that LED finds purchase. Whoa. Oh, no, 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 no. Don't you do this to me. Okay, I'm gonna have to get pliers or long tweezers or something on that. Yeah. Forceps. Nah, it didn't need a tourniquet. I didn't need to do anything with that. That's fine. Probably should change out this LED for something a little bit more subtle. A white LED on this thing is pretty crazy. Nah, we'll keep it. Oh, you sneaky bastard. What a pain in the butt. I don't like this design. If that wasn't clear enough already. Can't line this thing up. It's crazy. It's like a full-blown LED with the leads has to fit into this thing, and it's like this tiny little indicator hole. There. Jeez. Are we flush-ish? Flush-ish? There you go. That's good. Okay, there. Whew. What a hoot. This is a metal case, and in order to make it look nice, it's one piece of metal that's folded into a shape, so I have to do it this way. No choice. Yeah, the reason that we're so late is that I took apart the wrong one, because the one was a sacrificial piece. I was like, okay, I can take this one apart just to see what we need to go through. And then I forgot midway through. And so when I put it all back together, we ended up having the wrong potentiometer. Why are you not going on here? Come on, bud. These are all the same size, right? Yeah. There we go. Okay, so that goes in. Where'd my sockets go? They're all the way over here. Must have put them away like a good boy. All right, it's a 10 mil on this, or 11 mil actually on this. And that only needs to be hand tight. At least we noticed at the last second. It would have been weird because then the volume would have gone down very quickly and it wouldn't really have felt logarithmic. And all my volume control would be like this. It would have been real bad. Well, actually, it depends on how they're using the potentiometer, because if they're using it as a voltage divider, it might have still functioned. Maybe I wouldn't have gotten as much oomph from the speakers that way. I don't know. All right, so let's lock this down so that it doesn't break anything. And that's all these screws. Going to do opposite ends, and then I got to hold up these transformers. These are the heavy parts. Lonely star. That's harkens back to the old days. A lot of the streamers that, well, at least the YouTube videos, the people making YouTube videos that I love to follow, have like all but stopped. Say, I'm working on the new one, it'll be out soon, and it's like 4 years later. The sad cycle of it all. Did I miss you replacing the bulbs? No, that requires me to dig into a box that's up on a shelf. But those can be done with everything put back together. You don't have to take this apart in order to replace those parts. Okay, so now, because this thing is designed weird, I lost it. I lost the part. Where did... Oh, it's way over there. Okay, hold on one second. I gotta go get the thing. Here's the thing. The thing. Put stuff away, otherwise you don't have any workspace. The switch, by the way, if people are wondering about that thing, I'm so freaking done with it. I am just mad at it now. I tried this weekend and I came up with code that's available in the Discord. If you guys go to the Discord, you can grab the code that I used and see if you can get yours to work. Ben Gizmo, without saying anything else, posted a picture of one that they got operating, which is very frustrating for me. Oh, these are... You bastards. There we go. With no other information. I don't have any other information about how to get this thing, get this switch to turn on its backlight. It's very, very frustrating. So I have been through the ringer trying all kinds of different signals, and as far as I can tell, the email that I got is probably the correct answer, the 1E or 1F, in order to turn on. It's from a BMW F10. It's a digital headlight switch that uses what's called the LIN bus in order to relay information about what buttons have been pressed. And local interconnect network devices, nice and simple. Very easy to brute force them because there's only a couple on a bus and they take up all of like 52 addresses. You can brute force 52 digital addresses very, very quickly. Yeah, I haven't gotten an email back from that guy asking him about it. I am suspecting at this point that the timing of my own signals is at fault here. It doesn't make much sense because we are able to get button presses out of all the devices. I, for the life of me, cannot figure out how to turn on the backlights. The information, well, very little information is available on the internet because local interconnect network devices, you typically, if, in terms of like a mechanic fixing your car, they will be looking for things like short circuits, other faults like that, other simple faults like that. So they won't be interacting directly with the local interconnect network. They don't typically do anything with the LIN bus. You use the CAN bus in order to scan the LIN bus for any sort of errors. There is, for device manufacturers, a particular file type that will describe all of the devices and their commands And I believe that I was sent some information from that type of thing. But it's proprietary. It's all behind the background. Oh, then you'd love Linbus, Justice, because like I bought this for $20. And I have another one coming for $30, the one with more switches on it. It's really fascinating. You can buy all these little button panels and stuff for a car, and you can network them together on your own. It's pretty cool. Yeah, unless you're funded, whatever. Yeah, this is so the Linbus stuff we are using in order to bridge it to my CAN bus stuff, and the CAN bus stuff is going into a simulator setup where I've got a BMW F10 seat. This is from my brother, and I've got a Mercedes steering wheel, which is from my previous simulator setup, my direct drive force feedback. That motor is going to go on the end of this here, and then this is going to be an adjustable steering wheel. So I'll have an adjustable seat and an adjustable steering wheel, and if I get that all running through a Raspberry Pi, I can put that to Node Red, and you guys will get control of that remotely. So as I'm driving, you can turn on the seat heat, and I'll be like, what the F? Did I just pee myself? So that's the idea. I think these are different lengths. I think I didn't honor the exact same screws going back where they were. I think they're good enough. And I don't think I'm going to cause any electrical problems by getting them wrong. I'm currently reverse engineering a weird Chinese SoC for controlling the data part from a small solar inverter. It's kind of cool. Yeah, so the industrial bus protocol and in the car stuff, it's been absolutely fascinating. Like, what a cool thing to try to get through. But I'm supremely and utterly and fundamentally frustrated to my core with it right now, because the signals that I'm sending it, I don't think it's paying attention to, and it might be down to some kind of a timing thing that I don't quite understand. Even though the signals that I send to these, they're responding back, but when I send it a command, I just don't think it's getting, I don't think it's paying attention to the command. So I have no reason to believe that the person that sent me the email was misleading. And also, I found a Mercedes, a Dutch guy who is, I think Dutch, is reverse engineering car peripherals and putting them up on his GitHub. And so you know what he'll say what the packets were that got to him and what he can control. And I don't know how he's doing it, because he got a switch panel for the driver's side switch panel for a Mercedes. And he had the backlight command just right there. He's like, oh yeah, you just do this for the backlight. But it doesn't seem to agree with, I think it's maybe on a different Linbus. So it doesn't quite agree with what I was doing. That really is that loose on there, huh? It fits okay. Feels right. Is that like an Audio Pro amp? It's a vacuum tube amplifier from a company called Shit Audio, which is an American company. And I bought it with my Trump fun bucks that he sent us, that one check during the pandemic. You got to kind of roll them in very carefully. The pins are going into glass, and the spacers keep them nice and cool. But if you over unga-dunga these things, they blow up. So you got to be careful with your vacuum tubes. All right, so let's get a matched pair for the other two. These will get replaced. These are a couple years old. I replaced these with tubes that sort of favor bass a little bit more. They give you just slightly different audio. These did really well, though. What are these? 6H6 Russian character. Dutch was like an escaped World War II scientist. I don't know, man. I don't know how they're figuring this stuff out. If they're brute forcing it or what. But because their code was just a modified version of a Linbus code that I saw on GitHub. And it wasn't even that good. All right, here are my tubes. I got stats for all the tubes on the tubes. But you see how dark that is and how light it is over there? So these were not sent as matched pairs. These were just me ordering. I don't know if they wrote the stats. Yeah. Well, there's your 0607. Little did they know that that was a joke that would permeate time and space and make its way all the way to America. The other tubes I have are GE Long Lifes. Oh, JJ Electronic. Okay, whatever. I do have some tubes stacked away somewhere that I could maybe try out too. Do I use the one that's out of the packaging? I guess so. We'll just use these. I don't have a tube tester. I guess that's the company. I don't know. Got them on eBay. Or no, was it eBay? It was somewhere else. It might have been eBay. Got it from overseas to here. I remember Xenogears. That's the type of game that relieves my fears. Get it from overseas to here. You want to see the insides of the tubes? There's basically two sets where you've got an anode and a cathode, and then you've got a screen in the middle. So the screen, anode and cathode, and then a heater. I think 60 volts AC, maybe? I don't know. You be careful when putting these things in. Don't want to bend any of the pins so that it breaks the glass. I'm going to be careful. These are splayed out a little weird. I've broken tubes before by not being careful. There we go. Sneak it in like that. Down it goes. Now, electrically, I should probably be balancing, matching these to each other. There. Jeez, you got to kind of roll it in. I don't really know how to open these. Yeah, tube amps for guitars are a thing. They're very nice. That might have been the tube that was left over when I broke one. Maybe I should use two that are directly... Yeah, because you know what? That's so much shinier. Give me this back. Thank you. I'm going to use two that are directly out of the package. I think this one, the one that I got that's loose, is left over from when something fell off my shelf and broke the two tubes. So I'm going to use two brand new ones here. And maybe if I have something fall off the shelf and break another one, I'll match it with that one. I'm going to use a brand new one. Wipe the glass. No. Okay, I'm bad at unwrapping tubes, aren't I? There we go. These do get hot in operation enough that to give you a very minor burn. Not a bad one, just a very minor burn. Which one did I just... Okay, yeah, I have two shiny ones, all right. Is that seated properly? I think so. Okay, and this one... This feels so much different than soldering surface mount electronics. Why are you not seating properly? What's going on? There we go. Why are these two different heights? No, those are the same height. Okay. All right. All I can do is power it on, and you guys can see it heat up. I got schmutz all over my hands. All right. Do I have a power cable? Power. None of y'all are power. All right. There we go. Okay, what's going on? Why all the farts all of a sudden? Man, that was a kind of annoying. We're gonna have to do the keyboard another day. Okay, power on. White LED's on. Volume, I can't tell if it's scratchy or not yet. Oh, ugh. I don't know if I like the blue. I don't know if I like the blue. I might have to go back on the blue. The blue might have been a bad choice. I might actually completely turn off the LEDs. Oh boy. So you can see on the thermals that slowly but surely those are becoming more and more visible. Everyone's farting in anticipation, yeah. What you don't want to do is sneeze with like a real goopy sneeze and have a little glob of goop fly out and hit one of these tubes when it's in the middle of operation, because then it blows up in the shape of the gloppy thing that landed on it, and you don't get audio anymore. All right, so tubes are heated up. I got brand new on the back here. I forget what part of the amplifier these are. I forget what type of amplifier this is. And then the GE long lifes are still going strong. So what? Okay, so I'm turning this off, and I guess I'm going to reuse these kind of crappy audio cables that I made. These are coaxial, so they are at least shielded. But I do want to remake them to be like solid cables. Use like some brass tubes to just go over to this and then have a brass tube around that. Speaking of microscopes, I get to use one of those. Oh, that's cool. Question: does touching the tube with a finger ruin them? No, they're not. They're not like metal halide light bulbs. They're not gonna blow up with finger grease. You know, you should keep them clean, obviously, and they do get dusty because there's air currents around it. But touching it with your fingers is just uncomfortable. Like, that's too hot for me to touch, but not so hot that it's going to carbonize my my finger grease and blow up. They just get very warm. I mean, you can see on the thermals, like, it's a little hotter than my hand. It's actually quite a bit hotter than my hand. And then the metal body of this thing will heat up as well. The new design that shit has for this is that it drops down in front. I mean, we can take a look right now. God, that was so annoying. That was so damn annoying. Yeah, they've got this new design language. So we're looking for Valhalla. We need to get to the Hall of our ancestors. They seem to like their, you know, it's a little bit of a red flag when somebody's a little too into the Scandinavian naming, the Viking stuff, but that's just what they do. Sis, Freya, Modi 5? Huh. Valhalla 3. See that? They dropped this down just a little bit, just to give the heated portion of the tubes just a little bit more room to exist. And then I guess they've got their levels over there. Let's see, the rear is not much improved. They don't have the big things, and they're still using the lever switches. So the design's probably largely the same. Yeah, there it is. No, they reduced some of the peripheral stuff a little bit, but I think the amp design is pretty similar. Other than, oh, they've got also a, what's that rear one for? Oh, no, that's the front. That's the front. Yeah, I would oh, and they're using a different transformer, so maybe they're actually dealing with that ground lug that we had to get rid of. Because it sells? Yeah, I guess so. Good jobby. Yeah, this is a Valhalla 2. And then I've got it paired up with a... No, not that. What is it? What was the other one? Modius. So they redesigned the Modius too, which really frustrates me. As soon as I ordered it, they updated it to USB-C. That's Modi. This is the smaller one. And then, where the hell is Modius 2? Do they not have it anymore? No, it made a nice little stack with the other one. Lokius? Oh my God, what the hell is that thing? Oh, it's just a... Yeah, it's a balance tone control. Gaming, phono, EQ, DAC. Oh, I guess Mimir is the new name. It's not called Modius anymore. Maybe because of Morbius. Geez, do I not need optical inputs for anything? I just want this right here. The USB-C input. All right, Las Vegas vocalist, thanks for stopping by. I'm wrapping up here because we got everything back together. I still need to reinstall this crap into my thing. Is that the one with the tubes? So if you are running this stuff from your computer to a set of speakers, you need a DAC. You need something to turn the digital audio into analog. And so I bought something like this. This is the update to what I bought, which would be really cool to have, but I don't have the money. But yeah, the Mimir, this one has USB-C, which I don't have. This is USB micro, which I hate. I hate it so much. I've had to work with it a lot in the past. The one that I have is called the Valhalla, because apparently Viking naming is all the rage. They dropped down the vacuum tube area so that the heat would get out of there more, so the volume knob didn't like hurt to touch. But we're stuck in the past because I only have so much money, so I have tube spacers on these tubes. We replaced all of the innards of the volume knob. Everything's back together and happy. The white LED is still lit up, even though I haven't had it plugged in for like 3 minutes. Use SPDIF. Back in my day, when we had optical stuff going in, it was a madhouse. Plus, it's, okay, so you plug in a USB, and that's digitally telling this thing what sounds to make. This would be coming out of a sound card. I don't know, man. I forgot you need to wear gloves to replace them. No, you don't. They don't get hot enough. They don't get hot enough. If you're replacing a metal halide lamp, that gets hot enough that your finger grease will cause it to explode. But in terms of vacuum tubes, if you want to wear gloves, that's great. You don't have to. Finger grease is fine on vacuum tubes. They do not get that hot. Now, they will get crusty if you leave your finger grease on there. If you've really got very greasy fingers, then yeah, I guess SPDIF is digital, but still, it's like, I don't know. You just plug it into the USB, it's fine. Because you'd be outputting from your SPDIF device, which is through your sound card drivers, whereas this shows up as its own thing. I don't know. Anyway, audio stack done. That was a major pain in the butt. I expected that to be much easier. Care in ordering would have been good if I had just yanked on this thing a little bit. I would have known the length of shaft and the type of shaft that I needed in order to run this properly, but I didn't do that. I was only able to find so many of them online of these special kind of knobs. Plus, we found evidence that Shit Audio scraped the identifying information off of their thing before all of that stuff fell through. So they had actually scraped off here, the data's here, and it looks like it's been scraped, which is really kind of a shitty thing to do. They didn't want you to just be able to go in and replace it, huh? They knew that wear and tear device would be the first thing to break. Yeah, tubes meshing with digital stuff. The tubes bring warmth, and the digital stuff brings the ability, to all the capabilities. But so my sound in my setup is very sort of one-to-one reproduction. I don't want anything boosting my bass. I don't want an EQ in here. I want it to sound a lot like it should from whoever's producing the sound, right? But then I bumped in just a little bit of tube amp, and it made it treat sort of the high volume, high pitch stuff a lot nicer, in my opinion. I plug headphones into this, and when I'm turning this up to full, because it can't be helped, it feels like you're getting closer to the stage instead of feeling like harsh, loud. I don't know. Anyway. They came out with some $1 million, who is this? Halogen bulbs, yeah, not tubes. Came out with some $1 million tube synth in the past year. I don't think that's the right application. I don't think your synthesizer should have a vacuum tube in it. Your audio equipment, towards the end, before you actually record it, could maybe use like a tube preamp. But having it all the way back at the synthesizer, it's like, well, this one sounds warm, but everything else sounds, I don't know. Maybe that is the way to go. I don't know. I'm not an expert. I'm stupid. I don't know if the scratching was fixed or not. I got to plug it in over there in order to test it. I can't test it right here. So I will find out if the scratching is fixed. I highly expect that it will have been fixed. I don't think there's anything to go scratchy with it anymore. My real question is, can I unplug the isolator that I have between my speakers and the amp and plug my speakers in directly now. I think I will, but we'll have to see. Controlled distortion at the end, otherwise it becomes noise. In the middle of talking about that, I was thinking, well, yeah, you do want the one synthesizer to sound smooth, but you probably also want everything to sound smooth too. And I guess that would be up to the musician. So it was so over the top, but it was ridiculously expensive. And then in like, what, 3 years, the tube's going to go out and the person that can afford ridiculously expensive synthesizers will just chuck it and then move on. Yeah, hopefully we did fix it because we went through blood, sweat, and tears on this one. I got to stop. I got to go walk my dog. We got to touch grass before we lose daylight. So engineering-wise, first analog audio was amazing. Digital was cheaper. Yeah, digital is cheaper and more configurable and all that stuff. Hey, thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate having a bunch of people coming in here, watching me noodle around with a bunch of equipment that I shouldn't have any right to noodle around with, cutting myself on a screwdriver, and then calling it a day before even showing you guys that it works. I have a tube amp, I think preamp, that I can put on my microphone. I'm going to see if I can do that in the near future. I've had it for a while. I haven't plugged it in. I would love to have a little bit of tube meddling in the middle of my analog audio for my my lapel mic. That would be kind of nice. If anything, I'll put it on the AT 4040 that I have when we do game streams. You know, all those game streams that we do. All right, so anyway, Thursday is going to be interesting. We might fix my keyboard because I might get fed up with my keyboard. Love on Willow. She's barking at something right now. So I'm going to have to clean all this shit up and then put all my stuff back together. And I will catch you guys later. Thank you for joining me. And I'll have a report next time about whether or not my audio works at all. All right. So let's see. I'm going to take a look. If Uo's on, I'll definitely rate him. Twitch TV. Open it up. Wait for my browser to catch up. I don't know why it does that. Nah, he must have ended. Or he's not streaming. Was he streaming? I think I saw him today. But he's done. He's done. He died. I was playing Half-Life. Jeez. Vintage Story? Please not that. All right, I'm going to close. We're done. We're done here. I'm done talking to you. He was streaming earlier, but won't again until 6. That's right. Yeah, so as soon as I leave, I walk the dog. I do all the IRL stuff that I need to do, check my email, and then I sit down on my computer, and then I see that he's live, and I go, oh man, I could have rated him. But I don't go until 6. It's just these guys go on in that time that I'm doing real life stuff in my evening. All right, I'm out of here. I'll catch you all later. I should get outro and intro music. I should figure that out. But everybody's been hitting me with AI music, and that shit fucking sucks. Fucking AI music is like the worst. I don't know why everybody thinks that